Hey, no one. What's up? Hey, McCann McCray. How are you? Hopefully it's today. Hopefully they said it's changed till today. Hopefully it is. But we shall be there. It's gonna start in 7 minutes. Maybe not him, but hey, Jack Jack. What's up, baby? What's up, Swoop Like Me? How are you? Welcome. Don't forget to hit that like, guys. Happy New Year to you too. Hey, Sunfruit. Oh, we got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes to find out. I gotta see how we gonna find this. Is it going to be live, not live, whatever, but we will be on it. And I would like to know how you guys feel. What do you guys think and how do you guys feel? Or we will have to just wait until see what happens. Who's predicting it and who's waiting to see what happens? Hey, Marquise, don't forget to hit that like. What's up, Spice? Don't forget to hit that like as you come in. Yes. Ain't nobody ask you, dog. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, 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 woo. Shush, dog. Ain't nobody ask you what. I'm curious to see if his Addy would try anything new or bring up that all the cult members has left or this, I don't we don't know. Like I said, we left at some people thinking he's gonna get bond. You know, if that man does get bond, they may get from restrictions not to go on social media. If he doesn't get bond, you know, that's a lot. What's up, Nick Nick? That's a lot right there. That is a lot. Well, I got her division. I don't know if she's gonna go live on her thing, Division 6 that she is. Or Miss Stacy, so we don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully, I'm able to catch it. Now we gotta hope it's today. They said it's today, but it's supposed to be tomorrow. Don't worry, we coming, guys. We coming. I'm just looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. But where's the line? I'm looking for it. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see the T. Yeah, I know y'all can't hear me. I don't see it or nothing. I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, guys. I am looking. I am looking. I am looking. I am looking. Please. Well, hold up. They have a few character witness. Oh, and she called. Ah, fuck. Okay, let me look. Let me finish looking. But it's not on the T. I do not see it on the T unless it's on the T's other channel. It's not there. Let me just put his hearing here. Let me see what's going on. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but let me know if you guys can hear it. That's the YouTube. Yeah, I'm on that Division 6, but it's not on there. But I'm gonna let's see if y'all can hear this. If y'all can, I'm sorry. Okay, got it. Got it. I got it.
Participating by Zoom. The Zoom link is for attorneys, court officials, and defendants and witnesses only. court observers are able to watch the proceeding via the YouTube stream that is accessible through our my DeKalb County Superior Court calendar website. There are several people who are in the waiting room for the Zoom hearing. Where's the victim advocate? Ms.
I
Ziegenbein?
got it, Marquise. I got it, baby.
Let's see. Ms. Ziegenbein, can you hear me? Hosts, which should allow you to let people in from the waiting room.
Okay.
Some of the folks in the waiting room, it says iPhone or I have no idea. Also made the attorneys co-host so they can check. We had some of these cases on the calendar. So if you have family members, victims, appropriate time. All right, I'm going to start by calling the calendar. 1, Calvin Lovelace. This was a consent.
That's right, Your Honor. Williams will be requesting a reset on that one so that Mr. Williams can follow up.
Problem, that'll be reset. Number 4, Anthony Baggett.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Gerald Griggs on behalf of Mr. Burns.
If you would, I don't see anybody with the name Davario Burns. Mohammed Diarra. And I'm just let in Keontae Lowe, who is a defendant. I just let him in today.
I believe there'll be an announcement on this case at the end.
Who is supposed to be on that one, but
Okay.
he's at a training.
And Mr. Griggs, that's yours.
Yes, I'm here and we're ready on all the cases, including the one that was in Judge Deere Jackson.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Brandon Nicanor Cruz.
Ellie Friedman for the state's ready.
Elijah Bishop, Section 10.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Booker for Mr. Bishop. We're ready. We have a few character witnesses we intend to call. So I don't know if you want to hold me toward the end of the calendar. I know there's other stuff going on, so I'm willing to wait. That's all I have this afternoon.
All right, thank you. Do you know the names of those witnesses? And the reason I'm asking is I'm having everybody stay in the waiting room until the case is called.
Yes, Your Honor. I just messaged them and asked them to
Maybe put their
make sure
names.
their name is
Yeah.
on.
Okay. Some of them are like iPhone or Galaxy or something, you know, and I don't know.
Unfortunately, people don't pay attention.
You
When
know,
they
I know.
I just messaged. I'll ask her to put her name in, and that way I can let the court know.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Andrew Thompson.
Ellie Friedman for the state's ready.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Gerald Griggs on behalf of Mr. Thompson. He is present in the jail courtroom and we are ready.
Excellent. Thank you. Raheem Bird.
Ellie Friedman for the state's ready.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Lawrence for the defendant, Mr. Bird. Mr. Richardson had originally filed a conflict on this. His conflict was resolved and we asked to be put back on this calendar. We never received a response from the state saying we're ready and things have come up and we are not prepared to move forward today. So we'd ask that this case be reset back to January 27th.
Well, I did respond yesterday, Your Honor, when they emailed. I just responded later. I have to notify my next of kin if anything's going to move. But we're prepared today if Your Honor wants to hear it.
What's come up? I don't understand. What issues have come up? You're muted. There you go.
Hey, Jess.
Mr. Richardson is not available.
Hey, Lilian.
Okay. Did he file a conflict letter?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Did he file a conflict letter or an emergency leave? What do you mean he's not available?
So we originally filed a conflict letter on Monday and had the case reset to January 27th. On Monday, his conflict was resolved. We reached out to the court asking for the case be moved back.
Right.
The court
What happened after that?
The court informed us that the state would need to agree to that and be ready to move forward. We didn't receive an email from the state until 5:41 last night stating that they were ready to move forward.
Okay. So so why is Mr. Richardson not available?
Your Honor, I can ask, I can.
Let's see if you can, if we can all hold, if he needs to join late, if he has a conflict, let's see if we can get him here to handle this. It's on Zoom, so we don't have to come to the courthouse. So let's see if we can see if you can figure out if he will be available at some point this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Wars in Hamilton. That's going to be a null pros. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. I submitted a null pros on that yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Jalen Smith, number 14.
Ellie Frieden with the state's ready.
Elizabeth Parks, I have on the calendar as defense counsel.
Judge, she's with our office. If I could have a moment to reach out to her.
Sure,
Thank you.
of course. Brandon Durden. Brandon Durden.
Your Honor, Mr. Durden is Miss Taylor's client. I have reached out to her, but had not heard back. I sent a reminder that the calendar had been moved to this afternoon. If we could just hold and see if anyone appears during the calendar.
Okay. And that's position 15 and 16.
That's
Son-
correct, Your Honor.
Anya Chavez Portillo. We have the interpreter here.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here present.
Yes, Your Honor. Frederick Mann for Ms. Chavez, and she's on the screen next to me with the red scarf.
Thank you very much. Y'all are ready?
We have a plea.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Jasmine Bennett.
Judge, that'll be a plea to misdemeanor probation. I see my client in the waiting room as Jasmine's iPhone, and I also see Ms. Hickson from the clerk's office in misdemeanor probation here, so we're ready.
Okay, so we need to let in Jasmine's iPhone.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and the attorneys, as you see folks in the waiting room that are involved in your cases, please let me know and I'll be happy to let them in.
And Your Honor, I also sent a message to the waiting room participants asking them to, okay, never mind.
They don't necessarily know how to do that though, but all right. Hopefully the victim advocate can help with respect to the folks from the DA's office. All right, Azam Faisal. We have Mr. Chowdhury, the interpreter.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Tasha Pasmino for the state. I am ready on that bond hearing.
We have defense counsel present?
Your Honor, I think she's in the waiting room under Mary Ann.
I believe that is her. That's correct.
Okay, let her in. And she is connected to the audio. All right, Miss Corey, you with us? And she's. Miss Corey. All right, we'll come back to her. All right, did anybody come in late and not hear their case being called? All right, Miss Corey, are you with us? You need to unmute. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready on this?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the bond hearing. Okay. All right, let me start with Mr. Griggs. He has like 3 cases that he's ready on, and we'll get all those 3 done and get him out. And then we'll get the other private attorneys and get them out as well. Okay, so first we have Davario Burns, number 5.
And Judge, our office just called Mr. Burns. He should be logging in or have logged in. He might be in the waiting room.
Okay, do you know what name is showing up on his?
We told him to put his name, Davario Burns, in the nameplate.
Okay, I don't see him on here. Let me read off these names and tell me if you know any of them. Anna Newsom, Michelle Shipman, Giuliano Diaz, Miranda Powell, is Lila Maldonado, iPhone. I can just see who that is, see what they're here for. Let me just do that one at a time. I know this is going to take a minute. But it's easier than having disruptions. All right, so who is on the iPhone that just joined? Yes. Unmute.
Yes.
Nope, not you. Can you unmute whoever is showing up with their name as iPhone in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen? Unmute, please. Hello.
Hello,
What is your name?
Cynthia Brewer,
What case are you here for?
Andrew Britt Thompson.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to put you back on mute. When we call the case, we'll let you know. Okay, let's try it again. Here's another iPhone. Oops. All right, Mr. Reeve, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you today?
Fine. Are you ready to proceed on your matter?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ruggs, I don't see anybody. Let's see who just joined that is named as iPhone on the screen. You could unmute for me. Not the woman I've already spoken to, but whoever just joined. If that's your, will you reach out and see if that's your, oh, hello, there he is. Or
Yes,
she. What is your name?
Marcus
Marcus what?
Shipman.
Mr. Shipman, okay. Will you please, Mr. Shipman? All right.
Well, Judge, we'll reach out again. I just sent a text to my assistant to reach out to him again. We
Okay.
can move on to the other two cases.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
and circle back.
Okay. All righty. Next then. Griggs. Davian Stamps.
Yes, Judge, that should be ready for a plea.
Okay. All right. Is Madam Clerk ready on that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. You're now co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
And Your Honor, would you like me to go over this is the one that has two different cases. Would you like me to just go over both facts and then go through the colloquy once?
Correct.
Okay. So just for the purposes of the record, we are handling both case number 21 CR 1466, which was originally in front of Judge Deere Jackson with ADA Payne on it. I am filling in for him today on that one. We are also handling 22 CR 1047. The facts as they relate to the earlier, more serious case. On November 13th, 2019, officers responded to an incident location, which was a Shell gas station in DeKalb County, to investigate an armed robbery. On scene, he met with the victim, Marcel Love, M-A-R-C-E-L. Love spelled the usual way, who reported to the gas station to call his wife in between deliveries for DoorDash. While parked in a parking lot, observing two males standing near the corner, he was approached by a male who asked for a light. He gave the male a lighter and noticed the male had his hands in his pocket like it was clenching something. The male pulled out a handgun and ordered him to get it out of the vehicle. Mr. Love described the hand.
Johnson, Mr.
Yes,
Johnson,
ma'am.
a little lower, a little slower, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm reading someone else's.
While parked in the parking lot, he observed two males.
He was approached by a male who asked for a light. He gave the male a lighter and noticed that his hand was in his pocket, looked like it was clenching something. The male pulled out a handgun and ordered the victim to get out of the vehicle. The victim described the handgun as a silver handgun. He could not advise of the direction of travel. The suspect described the victim described the suspect as around 5'8" to 5'9", black male, wearing blue jeans and a black hoodie, as well as a black skull cap. The second subject was described as a tall, slender black male with unknown clothing. The vehicle stolen was later identified as a black Nissan Sentra with a temporary tag. On November 14th, the next day, Officer Williams responded to 1396 Sugar Mill Oaks Avenue to investigate an armed robbery complaint. The victims on that case, Julio Hilario, spelled Julio, Hilario spelled Hilario, and Jose Lopez, both spelled the usual way, were working at the residence when they were caught by surprise by two unknown black males. The suspects demanded that they face away and took their belongings from them. They took approximately $800 in currency, debit cards, and identifications, including a green card. They described the suspect as wearing a mask, black hoodie, and black pants. The second was wearing a black shirt and black jacket. On November 14th, the same day, Officer Lloyd responded to a carjacking report at 2964 River Park Court. He met with the victim, Javonte Williams, Javonte, Williams spelled the usual way, who reported he was sitting in the vehicle, parked in a driveway while talking on the phone. The driver's side door opened, and the suspect was opened by a suspect who demanded the victim get out. Second suspect walked up to the victim and demanded he take off his shoes. The first suspect went into the victim's pockets and demanded he take off his pants. Mr. Williams refused to take off his pants, and the suspect picked up Mr. Williams' phone, then fled in the victim's 2018 Nissan Altima, bearing tag number CLS8035. Mr. Williams reported observing approximately 4 to 5 suspects on that one. Mr. Williams reported observing a possible second vehicle, a Toyota Corolla, on Connolly Downs Drive. He reported his girlfriend's wallet and BMW car parts were inside of the vehicle. Mr. Williams began to track his iPhone through his girlfriend's Apple app. The location of his phone was identified as Vineyard Walk Apartment Complex, which Officer Lloyd relayed to responding officers. At that time, Aerial Support Unit 90 observed the vehicle driving towards the front of the complex. Responding officers observed the vehicle exiting the complex and began to follow it as it crossed over Flat Shoals Road, over Keystone Road. The suspect vehicle drove onto Langdale Park, where several subjects jumped out of the vehicle and fled on foot. SouthNet officers apprehended the driver of the vehicle, which was Deshaun Livingston. Kilo 13 located 2 additional suspects, that was Arthur White and the defendant in this case, Davion Stamps, in the Woodline, where they were taken into custody by assisting officers. The black Nissan Sentra was confirmed stolen from the Shell gas station on 11/13/2019. Inside of the Sentra, officers located items taken in a pedestrian armed robbery at 1396 Sugar Mills Oak Road. A stolen firearm and a mask were also recovered at the scene. Arthur White and Deshaun Livingston were both interviewed. During the interview, Deshaun Livingston stated that he was at the Shell's gas station with Arthur White. He advised that he watched Arthur White take the Nissan Sentra at gunpoint. He stated that after the vehicle was taken, he got in the vehicle and left with Arthur White. He stated after the robbery, Arthur White took him home. He further advised that on November 14th, Arthur White picked him up from home and had him drive a Nissan Sentra, where they went to 1396 Sugar Mills Oak Road, where Arthur White and Davion Stamps went inside and robbed 2 Hispanic workers of their belongings. He advised that he drove them there and waited outside in the vehicle during the robbery. He advised that after they left that robbery, they committed the robbery of another vehicle, where he drove Arthur White and Davion Stamps to the location. He stated that the two took the vehicle at gunpoint from 2964 River. After that robbery, Arthur White drove and parked the vehicle at Vineyard Apartments. He stated after that vehicle was parked, Stamps returned to the Nissan Sentra and they left the complex. Finally, Your Honor, Arthur White stated he took the vehicle at the Shell's gas station and that Deshaun Livingston left with him in the vehicle. He stated that he let Deshaun drop him off at home and keep the vehicle. He stated the next day, Deshaun and Davion picked them up and they went and did the other 2 robberies. He advised that he did not have a gun on the robberies that were done on November 14th. However, a gun was found in the creek bed where Arthur was apprehended. Davion Stance refused to talk, but when he was apprehended, he had the victim's keys in his pocket from the Nissan Altima. And Your Honor, the factual basis for his other case is much shorter.
Hold on 1 second. What is the indictment number? I got a message from the clerk that she only had, I don't know if this is even this case, 21. She only has the paperwork for 22 CR 1047, which is the one on the calendar.
That's correct, Your Honor.
What are we doing with 21 CR 1466?
21 CR 1466 is the one that originated in Judge Dear Jackson's courtroom. I'm not sure. I know that that paperwork was sent to the clerk's office and I was told had been filled out. I'm not sure what happened when it got transferred over to our courtroom to handle today.
She doesn't have the paperwork for that one.
Correct, Judge. I was not made aware that we would be handling the first case that was handled in Dear Jackson's courtroom, and we don't have that paperwork in our specific queue to handle today.
All right. Can you check with your office and see if it might be in some other, maybe the clerk for Dear Jackson, maybe it's in her queue? See if anybody else in the office has it.
I will double check.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Well, let's go ahead and is it going to be a plea on that case?
It's a global resolution, Your Honor.
Yes, it's a global resolution, Judge.
No, I understand, but is part of the global resolution going to be a plea involving 21 CR 1466? So in other words, we're going to need that paperwork.
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Yes,
my
Judge.
understanding. I can go forward.
Go forward with the factual basis and.
Yes, Your Honor. So this is the factual basis for 22 CR 1047. On March 19th of 2021, officers were doing a visual security check inside of the DeKalb County Jail inside of DeKalb County. He observed multiple inmates run toward the mezzanine level on pod 300 and begin assaulting the victim, Omar Colbert. Omar spelled O-M-A-R, Colbert spelled C-O-L-B-E-R-T. During the altercation, officers observed 9 inmates surrounding the victim, including the defendant. The victim possessed a weapon, which was a shank in his hand to defend himself, but the weapon was taken from him during the altercation. Minutes later, all of the co-defendants were striking the victim while he was down in a prone location. They were striking him with closed fists, kicking and stomping him while he was on the ground. Once backup arrived, officers went in and separated the fight. Pictures of all inmates and of the weapons were taken. That is the factual basis for 22 CR 1047, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And what is the global resolution?
Yes, Your Honor. The global resolution is "10 years to serve 4, no contact with any of the victims or any of the co-defendants." And on the armed robbery, 12 years to serve 4 years in confinement.
Hold on. The armed robbery is which case? The 21 CR 1466?
That is the armed robbery. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That'll be, you let me know when you're ready, Judge.
Go ahead.
12 years to serve 4 years in confinement, which is a downward departure from the mandatory minimum. The balance to be served on probation. No contact with the co-defendants. No contact with the victims, Jose Hilario, Javante Williams, and Jose Lopez. $1,200 of restitution to Jose Hilario.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'm not the one who negotiated this, so I'm not entirely sure of all of the facts for the downward departure on this one. I do know that the defendant was 16 at the time of the armed robbery and has no criminal history other than these 2 cases.
Okay.
That's correct, Judge. And this was seriously negotiated considering his age and the amount of time that he has done in custody on this case. So we'd ask that you follow the recommendation. I've had a prolonged conversation with Mr. Stamps and his family. He understands the seriousness of these offenses and also the importance of him paying back his debt to society, but we also understand his relatively young age. So we'd ask you follow the recommendation.
Okay.
And Your
yeah.
Honor, just one very quick thing. On 22 CR 1047, the 10 serve 4 and no contact with the victims or other co-defendants, that's to count 1. Counts 2 and 3 will be dismissed.
Okay. The problem is that we just don't have the paperwork for the hard copy. So,
Judge, so I have the paperwork. If we go through the plea colloquy, I will try to get
Oh,
my
perfect.
side of stuff done, but it may take a second. And can I ask, what charge is the downward departure? Are we doing a downward departure on?
It's still an armed robbery. It's just a downward departure from the mandatory minimum sentence, is my understanding.
so they're not reducing the charge, they're just reducing the sentence.
Okay, thank you.
You're
No
welcome.
problem.
All
I
right.
can run through the colloquy if you would
Yeah,
like.
let's go through, I'll follow the recommendation that was negotiated and we can go through the plea colloquy. We can do it one time as to both cases.
Sounds good, Your Honor. And I'll just deviate for the mandatory, for the maximum punishments, but we'll deal with that. Deputy, is this Davion Stamps at the podium?
Yeah.
Yes, 1 second. Let me get this back in order.
Hey, man.
1 second.
The other side. Over here, bottom, with a green arrow at.
All right, let's.
All right, I'm the investigator. So yeah, that's Mr. Stans at the podium.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sands, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. What is your true and correct legal name?
Davion Titus Stamps.
Are you the person that is charged in both of these cases?
Yeah.
Are you able to hear and understand my statements and questions?
Yes.
Are you now under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or any other substance?
No.
Has your lawyer explained the charges against you?
Yes.
Have you had sufficient time to fully discuss your case with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you discuss and review your case and this plea transcript with your attorney before court?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you have a question during this plea, you have the right to speak with your attorney in private?
Yes.
Has your lawyer explained to you the choice to conduct courtroom proceedings remotely as we are doing now?
Yes.
Do you agree to participate in this plea hearing today remotely?
Yes.
Is your decision to go forward with this plea hearing today knowing and voluntary?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to a jury trial?
Yes.
Do you understand that you could have a jury trial by pleading not guilty or by remaining silent and not entering a plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are waiving all defenses?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to assistance of counsel during trial?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are entitled to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right not to incriminate yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that at a jury trial, you would have the right to question witnesses against you, the right to subpoena witnesses on your own behalf, and the right to testify yourself and offer other evidence?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up all of those rights?
Yes.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to influence you to plead guilty in this case?
No.
Do you understand that if you are not a citizen of the United States, a plea of guilty today will have an impact on your immigration status and you will face deportation?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to thoroughly discuss your case with your lawyer?
Yes.
Is your lawyer Gerald Griggs?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the services and advice of your lawyer?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea?
Yes.
Did you hear the recommendation that I just made to the court on both of these cases?
Yes.
Do you understand that the maximum sentence for these charges as to 21 CR 1466 would be a total maximum confinement time of 120 years or 3 life sentences plus 30?
Yes.
Do you further understand that the maximum possible sentence for 22 CR 1047 would be 50 years plus 12 months?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court is not bound by any promises or recommendations and that the court can impose up to the maximum sentence and mandate that you serve those charges consecutively?
Yes.
Do you understand that if the judge imposes a sentence greater than the negotiated plea, you would have the right to withdraw your plea at the time of sentencing?
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction and other jurisdictions, including federal court?
Yes.
How do you plead to the charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you in fact guilty?
Yes.
Do you want to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you and your attorney discussed your habeas corpus rights?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today for a felony charge or 12 months from today for a misdemeanor charge to file a habeas corpus petition with respect to this guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes.
Do you have a weapons carry license?
No.
Okay, and since you have requested to be treated under the provisions of the First Offender Act, there are additional questions you must answer. Has your lawyer informed you of the First Offender Act?
No.
No, he has not informed you of the First Offender Act?
No.
Do you need to talk to him about that?
Yeah, just briefly, Judge.
Sure. Do you want to call, or do you want to talk to him?
We can't talk. We can't talk right here.
No, everybody's in the room and it's been streamed on YouTube, so no. If they could put the number in the chat, I'll call him.
Okay. All right. Why don't we we'll pause on this one. And I understand the deputy would like for me to handle the Anthony Baggett case next.
Your Honor,
Yes.
right now he's being combative towards staff. I was talking to the supervisor. I
Okay.
would like to see if we can do it via the iPhone, take it up there and see if we can do it from there if possible, if
That's
last.
fine.
All right, thank you.
What are we going to do? Is it going to be a plea, Miss Corey, with Mr. Baggett?
Your Honor, that's my case. If we could just hold for an announcement, I'm looking to see what some of the other cases do this afternoon, but I do think we'd be able to resolve it one way or the other today.
Even if it's via using an iPhone and he's not down in the courtroom?
Unless Ms. Seals has an objection to it, I think.
Is he gonna have to sign it? Is he gonna have to sign any paperwork?
Most likely not, Judge.
Okay, that was the issue. Okay, thank you, Deputy. That'll be fine then.
All right, no problem.
Okay. So we're gonna take a break with Mr. Stamps and allow Mr. Griggs to chat with him.
All right, guys.
Okay. So, Mr. Mann, let's do your matter. This is
Sonia Chavez Portillo, Your Honor.
okay. All right. We have the interpreter here, Spanish interpreter here for this case. Madam Interpreter, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you will interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English will be interpreted correctly and truly to the best of your knowledge and ability.
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
Okay. State your full name, please.
Andrea Sonia Fitzgerald, Georgia State Certified Interpreter.
Perfect. And Mr. Mann, before we get started, does your client have any family members in the waiting room on the Zoom call that she wants me to hear from?
Señora, ¿usted tiene algún familiar en el Zoom que usted quiera que escuchen esta audiencia? No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Quería asegurarme, gracias.
And while we're doing this, are there any witnesses for the state that are in the waiting room on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
La fiscalía tampoco tiene testigos de su causa, así que nadie más va a participar del Zoom.
All right. Let's go ahead and swear in the defendant.
Miss Sonia Chavez Portillo, can you please raise your right hand?
Señora Sonia Chávez, levante la mano derecha, por favor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give this court on the matters before this court shall be the truth and the whole truth?
Señora, ¿usted jura que el testimonio que va a dar aquí frente a la juez respondiendo a causa que tiene en su contra va a ser la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. You can lower your hand.
Puede bajar la mano.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Pasmino.
Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Chavez Portillo is currently charged with 1 count of cruelty to children in the first degree. The factual basis that supported the indictment was that back in November of 2019, Brookhaven Police Department were flagged down by the victim's father. The victim in this case was Marlene Lopez Chavez, who was 14 years old at the time of the incident.
Hold on.
I apologize. Thank you.
La señora Sonia Chávez está acusada de un cargo de crueldad a un menor de edad. Esto ocurrió en noviembre del 2019, cuando la policía de Brookhaven fue alertada por el señor o el menor de edad, Marlene López. Go ahead.
The victim stated to law enforcement that Ms. Chavez Portillo's boyfriend had been touching her inappropriately and that she told her mother, and her mother got upset and hit her.
La víctima en el caso le dijo a la policía que el novio de la señora Chávez la había estado tocando en forma inapropiada. La víctima le dijo a la madre lo que estaba pasando y se puso muy molesta y le pegó.
The law enforcement officers were able to observe some bruising to the child's bicep area and determined that the incidents occurred in Brookhaven, Georgia, and DeKalb County.
La policía observó moretones en la parte del bíceps de la víctima, con lo cual concluyeron que esto había ocurrido en Brookhaven, en el condado de DeKalb, aquí en Georgia.
Ms. Chavez Portillo did tell law enforcement she was aware of her daughter's disclosure, but was scared to act or say on anything due to her financial situation and the co-defendant, Jorge Adolfo, living with her.
La señora Chávez Portillo le dijo a la policía que ella sabía de lo que estaba pasando, pero tenía miedo de hacer algo por la situación financiera y porque el supuesto acusado, el señor Jorge, vivía con ella.
Mr. Adolfo did plead last month to his charges and was sentenced by this court. Given all of the circumstances and mitigation defense provided, the state is willing to reduce the charge to battery family violence.
El señor Adolfo se declaró el mes pasado aquí en el tribunal y fue sentenciado. Debido a esto, la fiscalía está dispuesta a reducir o a bajar la gravedad del cargo que tiene en su contra. Can you please tell me again what is the new charge, the reduced charge you said?
Battery family violence.
Violencia o agresión familiar.
We would be asking for 12 months probation, no contact with Jorge Adolfo, no violent contact with the victim, her daughter, and she must complete an anger management course and provide proof of completion to probation.
La sentencia que está sugiriendo la fiscalía es 12 meses bajo libertad condicional o probatoria. No puede tener ningún contacto con el acusado, el señor Jorge Adolfo, y no puede tener contacto violento con la víctima, que es su hija. Tiene que completar un curso de manejo del enojo y una vez que lo complete, tiene que mandar el certificado al tribunal.
If the defendant chooses to use first offender today, the state doesn't have an objection.
Si la acusada quiere usar lo que se llama primera ofensa, el Estado no se opone a que lo haga.
That is it from the state, Your Honor.
Eso es todo de parte de la Fiscalía.
Mr. Mann?
Your Honor, that's a correct recitation of the factual basis for the plea. And yes, we would be asking the court to designate her a first offender. She has not used that previously and would qualify.
Sí, su señoría, la historia presentada por la Fiscalía es correcto, no nos oponemos y sí, la acusada quiere usar lo que se llama como primera ofensa.
Okay, I will follow the recommendation and allow her to plea as a first offender, and you can go forward with the colloquy.
Ok, entonces sí, voy a aceptar la recomendación de la Fiscalía y voy a dejarle que se declare como primera ofensa.
Yes, Honor. What is your true, correct, and legal name?
Señora, ¿me puede decir su nombre completo para que conste en el acta?
Hold on one second.
Espere.
This plea transcript is not already filled out. Is the clerk going to fill it out as we go, or is there another one?
Judge, there was another one that we did completely fill out, and my electronic signature was accepted, but the defendant did not sign it because I was told that we have to wait until we go through the colloquy on the record and it would be represented.
Correct. And I am looking for that plea colloquy, Judge, but I'm filling in, so I'm late to some of the.
No worries.
Señora, lo que están hablando ahora es que el documento que usted puede ver en pantalla no está completo, pero su abogado ya les dejó saber a la juez que sí, el abogado completó todo y él firmó, solamente faltaría firmar usted. Igualmente, ahora vamos a seguir leyendo punto por punto. La secretaria está tratando de encontrar ese documento que ya estaba completo.
Your Honor, we have no objection if the court would like to check off the blocks consistent with your answers, if that'll help you.
Well, I can't do it. That's the clerk's job, and that might be a little more complicated. That's up to the clerk.
Una vez más, su abogado dijo que si quiere pueden usar este documento que no está completo e ir completando a la vez que vamos respondiendo. La juez le dijo que vamos a esperar a ver lo que la secretaria decide hacer.
That's fine, Judge. I'll go ahead and do it.
Are you
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the other plea colloquy is. So.
Okay. All right. If you're okay with it, that's fine by me.
Ok, entonces vamos a continuar con este documento que está sin completar y lo van a ir completando a medida que vamos respondiendo, señora.
All right. Go ahead then, Ms. Casmino.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, she's ready. Are you the same person charged in this above style case?
The interpreter would like to add that Mrs. Chavez didn't respond the first question because we were stopped by the judge. So if you want us, we can answer the first question.
Yes, please, I'll repeat
Yes.
it. What is your true, correct, and legal name?
Señora, ¿me puede decir su nombre completo para que conste en el acta?
Sonia Marlenis Chávez Portillo.
Sonia Marleni Chávez Portillo.
Are you the same person charged in this above style case?
¿Es usted la misma persona que está nombrada aquí en este documento?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you able to hear and understand my statements and questions?
¿Usted puede escuchar y entender las preguntas que le estoy haciendo?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you now under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or any other substance?
¿Está usted ahorita bajo influencias de alcohol, drogas o alguna otra sustancia prohibida?
No.
No.
Has your lawyer explained the charges against you?
¿El abogado le explicó el cargo que tiene en su contra?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you had sufficient time to fully discuss your case with your attorney?
¿Usted tuvo tiempo suficiente para hablar con el abogado acerca de su caso?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you discuss and review your case and this plea transcript with your attorney before court?
¿Usted habló y revisó este documento antes de declararse hoy aquí con su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you have a question during this plea, you have the right to speak with your attorney in private?
¿Usted entiende que durante esta declaración a cargos que está haciendo ahora, usted tiene derecho a hacerle preguntas en privado a su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Has your lawyer explained to you the choice to conduct courtroom proceedings remotely as we are doing now?
¿El abogado le explicó a usted que esta audiencia iba a ser llevada a cabo a través del internet, como lo estamos haciendo ahora?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you agree to participate in this plea hearing today remotely?
¿Usted está de acuerdo de declararse a cargos así en forma a través de el internet?
Sí.
Yes.
Is your decision to go forward with this plea hearing today knowing and voluntary?
¿Es su decisión de declararse a cargos aquí a sabiendas y en forma voluntaria?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to a jury trial?
¿Usted entiende que tiene derecho de ir a juicio frente a un jurado?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you could have a jury trial by pleading not guilty or by remaining silent and not entering a plea?
Usted podría ir a juicio frente a un jurado si se declarara no culpable o si se mantiene en silencio. ¿Lo entiende eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are waiving all defenses?
¿Usted entiende que al declararse culpable renuncia a toda defensa?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you understand that you have the right to assistance of counsel during trial?
¿Usted entiende que si fuera a juicio tendría el derecho de tener a su abogado con usted? ¿Lo entiende eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you are entitled to the presumption of innocence?
¿Usted entiende que tiene derecho a presunción de inocencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to not to incriminate yourself?
¿Usted entiende que tiene derecho de no culparse a sí misma?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that at a jury trial, you would have the right to question witnesses against you, the right to subpoena witnesses on your own behalf, and the right to testify yourself and offer other evidence?
¿Usted entiende que si fuera a juicio tendría derecho a hacerle preguntas a los testigos que vinieran a declarar en su contra? Tendría derecho de traer sus propios testigos y tendría el derecho de testificar usted misma y ofrecer evidencias. ¿Entiende todo eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up all of those rights?
¿Usted entiende que al declararse culpable hoy aquí renuncia a esos derechos? ¿Dijo sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to influence you to plead guilty in this case?
¿Alguien le ha hecho una promesa o la ha amenazado de alguna manera para que se declare culpable?
No.
No.
Do you understand that if you are not a citizen of the United States, a plea of guilty will have an impact on your immigration status and you will face deportation?
¿Usted entiende que si no es ciudadana americana, declararse culpable aquí va a tener un impacto en su situación inmigratoria y podría enfrentar la deportación? ¿Lo entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to discuss your case thoroughly with your lawyer?
¿Tuvo tiempo suficiente para hablar de su caso con el abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is your lawyer?
¿Cómo se llama su abogado?
Man.
Mann.
Is that Frederick Mann?
Frederick Mann?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the services and advice of your lawyer?
¿Usted está satisfecha con el trabajo y la consejería legal que le dio su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea?
¿Usted entiende que esta declaración a cargos fue negociada?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that the district attorney myself has made the following recommendation to reduce count 1 to battery family violence with 12 months probation?
¿Usted entiende que la fiscalía, que es la señorita Pazmino, ha hecho la recomendación que le voy a decir, que es de reducir el cargo a violencia familiar y agresión? ¿Lo
Sí.
entiende? Yes.
And do you understand that you are to abide by these conditions? No contact with co-defendant Jorge Adolfo. No violent contact with the victim Marlon Lopez Chavez. You must take a parenting class and provide proof of completion to probation, and that you will be granted first offender.
¿Usted entiende que tiene que cumplir con estos requisitos mientras esté en libertad condicional, que son no tener ningún contacto con Jorge Adolfo, no puede tener contacto violento con la víctima, que es Marlene López Chávez, debe cumplir o debe hacer un curso de clases de parentesco o de padres, digámoslo así, y la fiscalía no se opone a que utilice lo que se llama primera ofensa. ¿Entiende todo esto?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you understand that the maximum sentence for this reduced charge would be 12 months confinement?
¿Usted entiende que la sentencia máxima que le podrían imponer es de 12 meses de cárcel?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that the court is not bound by any promises or recommendations and that the court can impose up to the maximum sentence and mandate that you serve the charges consecutively?
¿Usted entiende que la juez no está obligada a seguir la recomendación o la negociación que se ha hecho aquí y que la juez podría imponerle la sentencia máxima y la tendría que cumplir? ¿Lo entiende eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that if the judge imposes a sentence greater than the negotiated plea, then you have the right to withdraw your plea at the time of sentencing?
¿Usted entiende que si la juez le impone una sentencia más alta de lo que se ha negociado, usted tiene derecho a no declararse hoy aquí?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction and other jurisdictions, including federal court?
¿Usted entiende que esta declaración a cargos de hoy podría utilizarse para la sentencia de otros cargos si usted tuviera en esta jurisdicción o en otra jurisdicción y aún en el Tribunal Federal? ¿Lo entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
How do you plead to the charge? Guilty or not guilty?
¿Cómo se declara al cargo que tiene en su contra? ¿Culpable o no culpable?
No, culpable.
Guilty.
Are you in fact guilty?
¿Es de hecho usted culpable?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you want to plead guilty?
¿Usted quiere declararse culpable?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you and your attorney discussed your habeas corpus rights?
¿Usted y su abogado hablaron de los derechos de habeas corpus?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And do you understand that you only have 12 months from today for this misdemeanor charge to file a habeas corpus petition with respect to this guilty plea?
¿Usted entiende que tiene a partir del día de hoy solo 12 meses porque es un cargo menor, para hacer lo que se llama un habeas corpus con respecto a su declaración de culpabilidad? ¿Lo entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
¿Usted entiende que solamente tiene 30 días a partir de hoy para apelar esta sentencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have a weapons carry license?
¿Usted tiene licencia para tenencia de armas?
No.
No.
Since you've requested to be treated under the provisions of the First Offender Act, there are a few additional questions I must ask of you.
Como usted ha pedido declararse bajo primera ofensa, tengo otras preguntas extra que hacerle.
Has your lawyer informed you of the First Offender Act?
¿Su abogado le explicó lo que es declararse como primera ofensa?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that the court decides whether to sentence you under the First Offender Act?
¿Usted entiende que es la juez la que decide si le va a permitir declararse bajo primera ofensa?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you believe that you qualify to be sentenced under the First Offender Act?
¿Usted cree que reúne los requisitos para declararse bajo primera ofensa?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever been sentenced for any crime, felony, or misdemeanor under the First Offender Act?
¿Alguna vez a usted la encontraron culpable, ya sea de un cargo menor o una felonía, y usó la primera ofensa?
No.
No.
And have you ever pled guilty or nolo contendere to or been convicted of a felony other than possession of marijuana under an ounce or any drug offense in the state of Georgia or in any other jurisdiction?
¿Alguna vez usted se declaró culpable o nolo o fue encontrada culpable de un delito mayor que no sea posesión de marihuana menor a 1 onza en cualquier jurisdicción del estado de Georgia?
No.
No.
And the clerk's office will make sure that you get the paperwork to sign indicating that you've answered all of the above questions truthfully during this colloquy.
La secretaria de la juez va a asegurarse de que le llegue a usted este documento para que usted firme y asegure que todas estas respuestas fueron correctas.
Sí.
Yes.
And Your Honor, that is it from the state.
Eso es todo, su señoría.
Okay.
All right, I will accept your plea as being freely and voluntarily made. I find that there's a factual basis for the plea and that you understand all the constitutional rights you're giving up by entering the plea, as well as the consequences of entering the plea. And
Entonces voy a,
sorry, I forgot, sorry.
Voy a aceptar su declaración a cargos. Entiendo que hay base para acusarla y entiendo también que usted está tomando esta decisión en forma libre y voluntaria, sabiendo los derechos a los cuales está renunciando y entendiendo las consecuencias de declararse hoy aquí.
And I will allow you to plea as a first offender.
La voy a dejar que se declare como primera ofensa.
And is there anything, Mr. Mann, you wanted to add other than that I follow the recommendation?
No, Your Honor, just one technical issue.
Hold on. Let the interpreter interpret.
Señor Mann, ¿tiene algo que agregar que no sea que acepte esta negociación? Tengo un problemita técnico nada más.
She was never booked, Your Honor, back when the case was first investigated by Brookhaven, and a grand jury arrest warrant was issued on February 25th of 2020 for the charge of first-degree child cruelty. And I don't know if the interpreter can keep up with me here, but
probably not.
Ok, solamente tengo un problema técnico a la señora Chávez cuando la policía de Brookhaven vino a hacer a investigar este caso. No hicieron lo que llama el proceso cuando la llevan a la cárcel. Esto fue el 25 de febrero del 2020 cuando la acusaron de primer grado de crueldad a un menor de edad.
And the arrest warrant was signed by both Judge Deere Jackson and Ms. Pasmino.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is that when she went to the jail twice, I believe, in the last 24 hours with a copy that we had gotten from Ms. Pasmino, they wouldn't process her. They said, we need a specific order from the judge, which to me is ludicrous. On its face, the warrant is an order from a judge to process her through the jail.
Y el problema es que cuando hicieron la orden de arresto que la hizo el juez Deere Jackson y la fiscal, la señorita Pasmino, mi clienta fue a la cárcel 2 veces con este documento para que la procesaran y en las cárceles le dijeron que no la podían procesar porque necesitaban una orden específica. Esto no lo entiendo bien porque una orden de arresto la firma un juez. Eso tendría que haber sido suficiente para que la procesaran.
Oh, my question to the court is, can you give us some guidance? Because if she goes over in the processor now, she will be booked in on a charge that is being merged or dismissed because she just pled to a misdemeanor.
Claro, la pregunta de la juez es cómo proceder ahora, porque si ahora va a hacer lo que es el proceso para estar en libertad condicional, ¿verdad? En probatoria, van a procesarla como si nunca se hubiese declarado, porque ahora estos 2 cargos se unieron y usted ya se está declarando y no quiere el abogado que usted vaya a procesar esta probatoria que va a hacer y la metan presa.
Can't you agree to do a UJR or unsecured, what is it?
Yeah, it's a signature bond and OR bond, and that was the recommendation from Judge Deere Jackson, $10,000 SOR. I'm wondering if the court could call the sheriff's office and just say, look, if the lady comes over today, can you please process her?
Well, Your Honor, I guess if there's any way we hold on completing, I guess, the sentence and have her booked in and then do it after. I wasn't aware Mr. Mann made me aware, but I thought that they were successful the second time. So this is the first time I'm hearing about it. It wasn't successful when they went over with the grand jury arrest warrant. It's an old warrant, and we did put a signature bond on it so that she would be signed. She would be released upon signature.
All right, go ahead, Madam Interpreter.
Yes. Bueno, yo pensé que si ella fuera a la cárcel ahora a hacer este proceso, la dejarían salir solo firmando, porque había una fianza impuesta de $10,000. Pero su abogado tiene miedo de que usted vaya a la cárcel y todavía tenga el cargo original del cual pareciera que no se declaró, pero usted se está declarando ahora. Entonces, además, esta orden de captura es vieja y ya fue firmada, así que, y la fiscal no sabía que la segunda vez tampoco la habían procesado, porque sí sabía de la primera vez.
I mean, if there's already what used to be the OR bond, what's the, I don't understand what the issue is.
Apparently, the sheriff's office is refusing to book her in and process her, was what Mr. Mann is now saying. So if I'm given a moment, I will call
Why
directly.
don't you, okay, yeah, why don't you see if you can contact the sheriff's office and see if they can help shed any light on this. I'm happy to do whatever I need to do. I just don't have a solution off the top of my head right this second.
Y lo que pasaba es que tenía también una orden de que podría salir bajo fianza solamente firmando, pero el sheriff en la comisaría se negaron a procesarla, así que ahora la fiscalía va a tratar de llamar al sheriff para ver cómo proceder, porque no quieren que usted haga este proceso y después la metan presa.
So, Your Honor, may I have permission to step away and make that call?
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Pasmino.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, Tabitha. Can you come back for a second? Can I pronounce the sentence first so we can at least finish that part of it?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
That's okay. All right. So on the charge of cruelty to children, I will sentence you on the reduced misdemeanor battery family violence charge as a first offender. You'll be sentenced to 12 months on probation, have no contact with the code. He was a co-defendant, correct?
Yes.
Right.
No contact with the co-defendant, no violent contact with the victim. And you're going to attend one anger management class and show proof of that class to probation.
Entonces voy a reducir el cargo que tenía a solamente violencia familiar y agresión. Va a estar bajo libertad condicional por 12 meses. No puede tener contacto con el acusado y no puede tener contacto violento con la víctima. Tiene que completar un curso de clases de padres y enviar prueba de haber completado ese curso a su oficial de probatorio o libertad condicional y va a dejar que se declare como primera ofensa.
Judge, so I have that she must enroll in a parenting class. Are we still doing?
Oh, I thought it was anger management. Wait, Ms. Pasmino, you're muted.
Your Honor, I may have misspoken during the plea colloquy and the recommendation, but it's an anger management class.
No, that's what you said during the colloquy.
Okay.
It's wrong on the sentence.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Is it just one anger management class or would it be one anger management course?
How long is, she didn't specify. How long is the course?
Your Honor, we run into this issue quite often, but it depends on what the class is that the probation chooses. So I am fine if it's just a 6-class course at the minimum of 6 classes, but it will depend on the course she takes and that probation offers. So.
Okay. So can it just be specified, I guess, a minimum of 6? Okay, never mind. There it is.
So I said 6 classes, a minimum of 6 classes, that's fine.
Okay.
Hold on.
Estamos clarificando porque al principio cuando estábamos declarándonos o se estaba declarando, la fiscalía dijo que quería que hiciera un curso de manejo del enojo y ahora en el documento de declaración a cargos o sentencia decía un curso de padres. Entonces estaba esta confusión. Entonces volvemos otra vez a que el curso es de manejo del enojo, son unas clases. Y depende del curso que le den en su libertad condicional o probatoria, va a depender de cuántas clases son, pero tiene que hacer un mínimo de 6 clases.
All right, then I will change the sentence to reflect an anger management course of a minimum of 6 classes. Is that better, Officer Beckham?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine. That will suffice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Y ya se hizo la corrección para que quede claro en su sentencia.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then now, Ms. Pasmino, you can go ahead and check with the sheriff's office, but we can move forward to go back to Mr. Stamps.
And were there any credit for time served days or no?
No.
No, because she hadn't been booked in.
Thank you.
Okay,
And Your Honor, is it fine? Is it okay for us to go ahead and be in the breakout room so I can go ahead and start getting her information?
yep. I will put you, we'll put, Caroline, are you a co-host? Can you put them in a break room, please?
I'm not actually a co-host.
All right, well then, hold on. Let me make you one. I'll make Tess the co-host. She can do it. And then where's your screen? There you are. I'll make you one too. All right.
Judge, just one question. This is where I and my client can now sign electronically on the indictment and on the plea agreement. Is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Mann, you will get the documents after court, and I will send them via secure sign. And I also have the original document that you signed. I have that now.
Okay, good. And just for Mr. Beckham's benefit, Chief, my client only speaks Spanish, so you'll need to have somebody.
We'll put the interpreter in the breakout room with you.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, Judge. I appreciate it.
Madam Interpreter, go ahead and.
Yes, la oficial o la secretaria del tribunal le va a mandar a su abogado los documentos para que los firmen. Y ahora vamos a ir a un cuarto privado con el oficial de libertad condicional para que le demos la información necesaria.
All right, so add the interpreter to the breakout room with misdemeanor probation and Mr. Mann.
Your Honor, that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Why don't you stick around in the breakout room with them and make sure.
I
And
will do
Judge,
that.
if we could keep Mr. Mann and his client present until I find out an answer for this matter, thank you.
Yes, they're going into the breakout room to talk with probation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stamps. Which is position 8. All right, I'll tell you what, while the clerk is switching over the paperwork and all that, I'm going to take a very, very quick break and I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
I can use the bathroom real quick.
Excuse me, someone putting us in the breakout room?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Beckham, can you hear me?
Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go.
I think Mr. Beckham is muted.
So I should have invited Mr. Mann, Madam Interpreter, and Officer Beckham to a breakout room titled Room 1. Did y'all get an invitation to that?
No.
No.
That's very weird. Okay. All right, I'm gonna redo it. Misdemeanor probation.
I got it.
Okay, great.
And yeah, well, we got it too, so.
Okay.
My video. It's gonna be really dark. Turn it down a little bit. Okay. No.
All right, I am back. All right. Madam Clerk, we ready with Mr. Stamps? Very good.
Yes, Judge.
And I don't remember where we
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Sorry, sorry, and sorry. Hey, King Cool.
All right, Judge, it has been corrected.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
All right, go ahead, Ben.
I believe we're finished with the plea colloquies. We're moving on to the sentence part.
That's my understanding.
All right. I will accept your plea as being freely and voluntarily made. I will allow you to plead as a first offender since it sounds like you qualified. I find the factual basis that you understand the consequences of the plea and that you understand all the constitutional rights you're giving up by entering your plea. And I will follow the recommendation that you reached with the state through your attorney this is 22 CR 1047. No, I'm sorry, 21 CR 1466. That's the armed robbery charge. On count, it says count 4.
Yes, Judge. How they put the charges in Odyssey, it goes 4 through 10 instead of 1 through 6.
Oh, okay. On count 4, I will sentence you to 12 years with 4 years to serve in custody with the balance on probation. As a condition of probation, you're to have no contact with the victims or the co-defendants. You're also going to have to pay $1,200 of restitution in favor of the victim. That'll be paid through probation. Okay. That was all on 1466. Do you need to pull up 1047 before I pronounce the sentence on that one?
It's up, Judge.
I just see. Oh, there
You
it is.
just pulled it up, Judge.
You just did. Okay, thank you. And indictment 22 CR 1047 on count 1, I'll sentence you to 10 years to serve for in confinement with a balance of probation. I'm assuming that is going to be concurrent to the 4 years, the 12 years and 4 years in the armed robbery. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Both cases shall run concurrent with one
They'll
another.
both run concurrent to each other. No contact with the co-defendants or victims. And counts 2 and 3 will be null pros of this indictment. So the only plea is to the ag assault. So it looks.
And Madam Clerk, just one small change. The part where it says global resolution, I
Right.
think that's supposed to say 21 CR, not 12 CR.
Thank you. And I also wanted to ask about the language. I know that you all wanted it to run concurrent to the other case. Did you want me to keep it as global resolution or concurrent to 21 CR?
Put concurrent in there.
Put it concurrent, so there's no misunderstanding.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And then there's a note in here from, it looks like from probation with the report information. Does that need to be included on the sentence or is it already? I mean, there's a chat message.
I can include it. If the probation officer wants it in there, I can put it on there.
I would love to have it in there. Even though he's going into custody, when he get out, he'll still know what to report to.
That seems appropriate to the state.
Okay.
No objection on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Thank you. Do you see the info, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Judge, I
Okay.
see it.
Okay. I wonder if it'll let you copy and paste. I doubt it. That would
It won't. So it's okay. I will go ahead and just type it in. Give me 1 quick second and then we can get him to sign.
Okay.
All right, does everything look correct?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it looks correct.
Looks good to me, Judge.
All righty. Good luck, Mr. Stamps.
1 second, Judge, he has to sign.
Wait, oh, he has to sign it. Okay.
Come around.
Is the defendant ready to sign?
Yes, you ready?
Okay, thank you. I didn't see him.
You said that.
He can go ahead and sign.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
He can go ahead and sign.
January 22nd, 2019.
He can go ahead and sign. He can go ahead and sign. He can go ahead and sign. He can go ahead and sign.
Hit okay.
Okay, he has signed all of his documents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck, Mr. Stamps. All right, Davario Burns, are we ready on that?
Yes, Judge.
All right, do we have anybody in the waiting room on this case?
No, not on this case.
Okay.
I think Mr. Burns is in the chat. Is in the Zoom. He just hasn't turned his camera on.
Let's find Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, if you would turn your camera on for me, please.
Okay.
There you are. All right, and if I could get you to take a seat, just so you're not walking around somewhere. Thank you. All right, while he's doing that, Mr. D'Entremont, give me a factual basis for the case.
Certainly, Your Honor. Mr. Burns is one of several co-defendants that were all charged out of the same incident at the time, which was back on August 29th, 2018. All of them were inmates at the DeKalb County Jail.
18 or 19?
18.
Okay.
And all of them were discovered in a cell belonging to Mr. Burns with some contraband items. Some of them were contraband at the jail, but not illegal, i.e. tobacco. At least 2 of the rolled joints did in fact contain marijuana. And that was the basis for the prohibited items by inmates charge. We have agreed, based on the fact that it was a small amount of marijuana, to let Mr. Burns resolve this with a plea to misdemeanor marijuana possession today as a lesser included.
Right. Anything you want to add, Mr. Griggs?
Judge, we've negotiated this case, and Mr. Burns would like to proceed with the marijuana plea to misdemeanor marijuana. We'd ask you accept the plea as negotiated.
All right, what's the recommendation, Mr. D'Entremont?
Your Honor, the recommendation is 105 days to serve with credit for the time that Mr. Burns was in custody from, again, August 29th, 2018 to, I believe it was December 12th, 2018.
At 105 days?
105 days credit for time served and close. Yes.
Very good. All right. Go forward with the colloquy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burns, just want to make sure you can see the shared screen and that you also hear my questions. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Would you raise your hand, please?
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this plea hearing today will be the truth, so the whole truth and nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. What is your true, correct, and legal name?
DeVario Burns.
All right. Are you the same person that was charged in the accusation that I just described to the court?
Yes, sir.
And you are able to hear and understand my statements and questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of alcohol, any drug, or any other substance?
No, sir.
Has your lawyer, Mr. Griggs, explained the charge against you?
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to fully discuss your case with Mr. Griggs?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss and review your case and the plea transcript that we're going through now with Mr. Griggs before court?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if you have a question during this plea, you have the right to speak to Mr. Griggs in private?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Has Mr. Griggs explained to you the choice to conduct courtroom proceedings remotely like we're doing right now?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree to participate in this plea remotely?
Yes, sir.
Is your decision to go forward today knowing and voluntary?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to a jury trial on this charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you could have a jury trial by pleading not guilty or by simply remaining silent. The court will interpret that as a not guilty plea.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're waiving all defenses to this charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to assistance of counsel during trial?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you're entitled to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you have, the right not to incriminate yourself at trial?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that at a trial, you'd have the right to question witnesses brought against you, the right to subpoena witnesses on your own behalf, the right to testify yourself, and to offer any evidence you had to contest these charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up all those rights?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to influence you to plead guilty in this case?
No, sir.
You understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, a plea of guilty will have an impact on your immigration status, and basically you will be deported.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to discuss your case thoroughly with Mr. Griggs?
Yes, sir.
And I know we've covered it already, but Mr. Griggs is your lawyer for this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his services and advice?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea?
Yes, sir.
And of course, as I said, the recommendation is 105 days to serve and close the case. You understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that the maximum sentence would be 5 years to charge as the case was originally accused, or 12 months to serve on the possession of marijuana?
Yes.
You understand the court is not, excuse me, bound by any promises or recommendations and can impose up to the maximum sentence and mandate that you serve each charge consecutively if you had more than one.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if the judge imposes a sentence greater than what we negotiated, you'd have the right to withdraw your plea at the time of sentencing?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions, either here or in other jurisdictions, including federal court?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to the charge of possessing marijuana? Guilty or not guilty?
I'm guilty.
Are you in fact guilty?
Hold on. Are you driving, Mr. Burns?
Yes, ma'am. I just got in the car. No, I'm not driving. I'm in the back seat.
Okay,
I'm actually like on the way to a court date for a traffic ticket.
okay, but you're not driving.
No, ma'am.
Okay. How is he going to sign this? By DocuSign, I guess?
Yes, Judge, I'm gonna send it to him.
All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. D'Entremont.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Are you in fact guilty of possessing marijuana while you were in the jail?
Yes.
And you want to plead guilty today?
Yes.
Have you and Mr. Griggs discussed your habeas corpus rights?
No.
Do you know what I mean by the habeas corpus rights?
It's like an appeal.
Yes. So it's a way of challenging your plea through a outside of the criminal process. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. The important part of that, do you understand that this is a misdemeanor? So you'd have 12 months from today's date to start a habeas corpus proceeding?
Yes.
Excuse me. Do you understand you'd have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on the plea you entered today?
Yes.
Do you have a weapons carry license?
No.
And Your Honor, Mr. Burns does not qualify for first offender or conditional discharge, so I'll omit those questions. Mr. Burns, have you given true and correct answers to all of my questions today?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is all the questions the state has.
All right. I will accept your plea as being freely and voluntarily made. Mr. Burns, I find that there's a factual basis for the plea and that you understand all the rights you're giving up as well as the consequences of the plea. I will also follow the recommendation you negotiate with the state and sentence you to 105 days in custody with credit time served 105 days and case is closed. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to receive the sentence. Mr. Griggs, just take a look at it real quick and make sure it's okay. And then I think Mr. Burns will be good to go. He'll have to sign it by email, right?
It looks fine, Judge.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, he will have to sign by email.
Okay.
And Judge, just for the record, the sentence is correct. Earlier, what I had gotten confused about the dates. The accusation said this crime occurred in 2018. It was actually 2019. That wasn't a material element, but
That's
yeah.
fine. Okay. Very good. All right. Good luck, Mr. Burns. You're free to go. Make sure you get that. Make sure you get it signed and returned ASAP.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Where
Okay.
is Mr. Mann? I don't see him. Because we came back, we finished with probation, and all we're waiting is for the answer back from Ms. Casmino. I don't know if you need me.
He's still in the breakout room, Judge, and I can move him back to the main room if you want.
Well, yeah, do that. Is there any update, Ms. Pasmino?
Oh,
Your Honor, hold on, I'm actually getting some information on it now. I did speak with the sheriff's office and they were making sure they had the warrant so that they could give me instructions to tell
All right,
her to
then-
turn herself in.
Then we'll hold off and send me a chat message when you're ready, okay? All right, so Madam Interpreter, we need for you to hold out a few more minutes so you can explain the process when she gets the info.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Griggs, your last one.
Andrew Brett Thompson, and he has several family members.
Folks, right, in
And-
the waiting room. Okay.
And his mother, I think she got kicked off, but she's rejoining. That was the Michelle that you messaged me in the chat.
Oh, here's a Michelle Thompson in the waiting room. That is, okay.
Yeah,
Adriana Johnson, is that anybody for your case?
not that I know of.
P. Wade, W-A-D-E,
No, Judge.
and Giuliano Diaz.
No,
Those
Judge.
people. Okay. All righty. So position number is this. All right, number 11, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Your Honor, we had a bond hearing before the holidays on this case.
Okay.
And you wanted us to know more about what was going on in Huntsville because he had a fugitive from justice warrant.
Yep.
I actually looked into it. I called some of my friends in Huntsville, and they haven't made any charging decisions in Huntsville, but I was able to get the police report as well as the body camera from his arrest, and I provided that in discovery.
What's the charge?
So the charge right now in Huntsville is fugitive from justice. What that means is that he has a warrant here in Atlanta and he was found in another state.
Okay.
However, when I say they haven't made charging decisions yet, I say that because when they went, the fugitive task force had to find him in Huntsville. When they found him, he ran from police. He fought police. He gave them a wrong name, a wrong date of birth. And so he was found with 2 guns. I had my investigator go down and pick up those guns, and they are sent to GBI for ballistics testing because one of them visually matches the gun he used on the surveillance video of the shooting.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Griggs, anything you want to add?
Yes, Judge. So we actually got information from Huntsville. And again, the information that the state is providing is new to me. I actually have a copy of the police report. I have the information of the original narrative and the supplemental narrative. It says officers were dispatched to 2080 Sparkman Drive to assist Delta units with the fugitive in custody from Georgia. Andrew Thompson had a warrant for his arrest from the state of Georgia for murder. The officers followed a Delta unit to the Madison County Jail. Officers took custody of Mr. Thompson. He was booked into the Madison County Jail with no issues. Supplemental narrative. I was notified by the U.S. Marshal Task Force Officer David Backett with the Marshals Task Force has apprehended a murder offender from Georgia. The warrants were verified through NCIC and GC in Georgia, wanted to extradite. Case closed by adult arrest. That was the information that was sent by the Huntsville Police Department to my office per the open records request. It's incident number 22H024023, reporting Officer Jesse Fountain. So again, this is new information I'm hearing from the state that's not contained in any official reports. So
It was provided in discovery, Mr. Griggs. Body camera video, as well as the reports from the fugitive task force. The reports that you have are from Huntsville Police Department, and they arrived after the fugitive task force had already secured the defendant and gotten him in the police car.
Okay. Judge, I would just point out there are no charges in Alabama for anything. He was arrested in Alabama, brought back to Georgia, did not fight extradition. He has nothing in Alabama. Judge, we also have received discovery where we have watched the video cameras. We have watched most of the surveillance footage, and I would argue that Mr. Thompson is not the one in the video footage with any weapon. Mr. Thompson vehemently denies being a party to any of this, and he is presumed innocent and only has alleged to have committed these crimes. Judge, you wanted this information. We brought this information, filed it with the court to show he has nothing in Alabama. So what we would simply be asking the court is to grant him a reasonable bond. He has numerous members of his family that are currently on the Zoom now that can attest to his contacts with the community, his lack of any substantial flight risk. They will make sure that he reappears. He has numerous family members who live in Metro Atlanta. There's no inclination that he will commit another felony while out on bond. So we would argue he matches the Ayala factors. And one concern that the court had, we filed with the court in our emergency bond motion, the relevant information that was provided by law enforcement. So for those reasons, Judge, we'd ask that a reasonable bond be set in this matter so that Mr. Thompson can assist his attorney in preparing for this case.
Okay. Ms. Friedman, can you refresh my memory as to whether or not he has a criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor, he does. He has a possession of marijuana, possession of dangerous drugs, and a obstruction of justice misdemeanor, and he has a pending violation of that probation out of Newton County.
What's the violation? What is the alleged crime that he committed?
I think this is the
it?
violation. The murder is a violation of his probation. He's on probation in Newton County.
Oh, he was on probation in Newton for the drug charges. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, well, did you want me to hear from any of your family members?
Your Honor, I submitted a letter from the mother of the victim to both defense counsel and Your Honor via email.
Yes, I got it.
She's opposed to bond. I would just argue that he is a flight risk. He gave a false name, a false date of birth. He fought police. He ran from police. He's failing almost every Ayala factor, Your Honor, in addition to being found with 2 guns when he was arrested.
Okay. All right, Mr. Griggs, do you want me to hear from any of your clients, family members?
Yes, Judge. I would ask that we hear from Melissa Thompson. I believe she's now on the Zoom.
Melissa?
It says Michelle, Your Honor.
Okay, well, hold on. Are you driving?
I'm on Bluetooth.
No, you need to pull over. I'm not gonna, you can't, that's a safety hazard for you to be.
Yes, ma'am. Let his father, if you don't mind, speak, and I will pull over. That's okay?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
At this time, Judge, then I would call Scotty Thompson. He's also on the call.
Mr. Thompson, if you could unmute. Where is, oh, there you are. Unmute, please, and you can turn your video on. Maybe he stepped away. Mr. Thompson, can you unmute, please? All right, while we're trying to get him connected, Ms. Pazmino, you have an announcement on the that other matter with Mr. Mann. So we need our interpreter back. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
All right.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Pazmino? Ms. Pazmino? I thought you said you were ready.
Your Honor, I'm pulled over whenever you're ready for me, just so you know.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Pazmino, do you have an announcement? All right, we will hear from Ms. Thompson then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Andrew's not a perfect child, but he is not guilty of the charge that he's been
Wait. Hold on. You need to raise your right hand.
Me?
Yeah, I have to swear you in. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
What is your full legal name? You can put your hand down.
Melissa Michelle Thompson.
Okay. All right. Now go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to speak on Andrew's behalf. He has not done everything right, Your Honor, and I know that. And but he is not guilty of the charges that he is being charged with, Lord, ma'am. And I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Andrew will live with me if he gets a bond. I plead with the court, please let him come home so that we can fight this battle together. It is taking an extreme toll on our family. I'm supporting the entire scenario here with all of the bills and the attorney fees, and I just want him to have a fair shot at fighting this. As Attorney Griggs said, there's no findings in Alabama, so I don't think that, in my personal opinion, that those should be considered at this time. I promise you that I will be accountable for him if you allow him to come home, and he will be living in my residence.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If your husband wants to speak, he needs to unmute his phone and turn on his video.
Scotty, are you? Let me see. I'm not sure if he's there. He also, I don't know.
Oh, wait, he's back in the waiting room. Hold on.
Okay.
Mr. Thompson, can you unmute?
Your Honor, I can, I have a
I see
secondary
him.
phone. Okay.
No,
No,
he's-
I see him. He's here.
he's on.
He just needs to unmute. Mr. Thompson, if you can unmute, please. All right, you need to take a seat. Find a seat. I can't hear you. And you need to find a
He's
seat.
driving.
You're driving?
Gotta pull over, Scotty.
Yeah, y'all need to tell your folks not to be driving when they're zooming, please.
Yes, if you can hear me, I'm gonna have to stop in 5 minutes, then I can.
You're
get
gonna
back
have
on.
to stop before I will hear from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pazmino, do you have an announcement?
I do, Your Honor. So the
Well, hold
sheriff's
on, wait a minute. Let's get the interpreter and Mr. Mann. Okay,
I'm here.
go ahead.
This is the instructions for Ms. Chavez Portillo. She needs to come to the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office warrant unit to turn herself in. And at that time, they will go over the warrant and the conditions. They do have the warrant. They are in place to process her. So she needs to just go and turn herself in at the warrant unit.
Ok, señora, de acuerdo a lo que la fiscal Pazmino ha investigado, usted se tiene que presentar a la unidad de pedido de captura del condado de DeKalb. Ahí la van a procesar y le van a explicar cuáles son las condiciones. Ellos tienen la orden de captura y están listos para procesarla.
And at the same time, the sentencing information needs to be sent to the release department at the sheriff's office by the clerk's office.
La oficina del tribunal tiene que mandar la sentencia para que la dejen salir a esta unidad.
That way they can process her booking and her sentence at the same time and she can be released.
Así la pueden procesar, hacer el trámite de cuando uno lo meten preso, pero no la van a dejar presa, la van a dejar salir.
So Judge, what I would do for this case, I'm actually sending the paperwork to them right now. If they can
Hold
go
on.
ahead and sign it.
All right, hold on. I just want to make sure the interpreter has a
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Así que la secretaria lo que va a hacer es mandar los documentos ahorita mismo.
If they could go ahead and sign the paperwork, once I send it to them, I will send it to you, Judge, so that you can sign it, then I will send it to
That's
DKSF.
fine.
Ok, entonces van a mandar los documentos a su abogado para que él los firme, para que los vuelvan a mandar para atrás, para que la jueza los firme.
Your Honor, can I ask one question?
Sure.
I'm
What?
sorry.
I've just got a lot of stuff on the calendar.
I know, yeah, because I don't want my client to get lost. Is the warrant unit in the jail main building with the, the tower, or is it the two-story building with the helicopter on top that's across the street? She's gonna get lost if Ms.
Well,
Pazmino.
why don't you figure that out offline? You can figure that out.
Sí.
Talk to Ms.
All right.
Pazmino. We don't need to decide that here.
Okay.
Go ahead, Madam Interpreter.
What do you want me to answer? That the lawyer
Just
needs
tell
to
him
find out?
They need to
Okay.
figure that
Sí.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. Su
That's
abogado
it.
estaba preguntando cuál era el edificio. Si es el edificio que está en la 285 con el helicóptero arriba o es el edificio del centro de DeKalb. Eso lo va a tener que averiguar su abogado.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
All right,
Judge.
you're excused.
Can I be dismissed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Griggs, we have Mr. Thompson. pulled
Yes,
over.
Judge. He looks like he's pulled over now.
All right, you need to unmute Mr. Thompson.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is it you'd like for me to consider?
I would like for you to consider granting Mr. Andrew Britt Thompson bond. He would be on a strict supervision between him, myself, his mom, and we have a very large family. We're all close in proximity of less than 7 to 8 miles of our entire family in the city of Monroe. I would like for you to consider him on his bond hearing, please, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ms. Pez, who's the ADA and Ms. Friedman? Do you have any questions for either the mom or the dad?
I was just going to ask either of them if he was living with them at the time of the incident.
He was living So between myself and his girlfriend, which is on this call as well as her mother is on this Zoom as well. So between the two residents, he was back and forth.
So Ms.
And-
Thompson, were you supervising him at the time this shooting happened?
He
Excuse me,
wasn't
say it
listening. He
again?
wasn't there. Go ahead, Brett. Go ahead, Scotty.
Well, you say Mr. or Mrs.? I'm sorry.
I said Mrs.
Okay.
He was not with me at that specific time. No.
Okay.
I mean, he's 21. He's 21 years old, so he's not, restricted to being at home by a curfew. So,
Okay.
but he has a. Let me put it this way: he uses my home as residence address, and he has a room in my home.
I understand. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Griggs?
So Judge, we believe that he meets the Ayala factors. He has numerous family members that reside here. Again, he's presumed innocent with regard to this offense. And so we would ask that a reasonable bond be set in any conditions the court sees fit. The court has concerns about in contacting any witnesses or anything like that. The court can impose a curfew or ankle monitor. The court can also order home confinement. But Mr. Thompson has been in continuous confinement since his arrest. He was extradited back here. He did not fight extradition. They've hired an attorney. We are in the process of going through all of the evidence. And again, we do now have a copy of the discovery. We believe that this is a defensible case and that Mr. Thompson was not the shooter. It's not shown on the video that we've seen that he was a shooter. So for those reasons and the lack of any charges, I would still argue that the information that was presented to me said he was arrested with no issues, which I filed with the court. But we would argue that there was no issue that's outstanding in Alabama. And that's what the court was concerned about at the last bond hearing. So I'd ask that a reasonable bond be set with any conditions the court sees fit to ensure that he returns to court, because the purpose of bond is to ensure that the individual returns to court, not to punish.
Understood. All right. I understand that I was concerned about what was going on in Alabama, but the information that I provided did not give me any assurances that I should give him a bond. I am going to grant a bond. The circumstances surrounding his arrest in Alabama are most concerning to the court. I believe he is a flight risk. I know mom and dad think that they can supervise him, but I have grave reservations about their ability to do that. Nothing against them. It's just the nature of having a 21-year-old. And, he was found with guns, fought with law enforcement, found in Alabama by the fugitive squad. I think he's a flight risk and a danger to the community and a risk to reoffend. So the motion for bond is denied. Okay. Was that it for you, Mr. Griggs, or?
Yes, Judge, that's it for me, Judge.
Okay.
I just asked to be excused.
Of course. Thank you so much. You are certainly free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see.
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Do you mind if I make a couple of announcements for some folks that are hanging on here?
Yep.
Thank you. Your Honor, if we could revisit the co-defendants for Mr. Burns now that plea's been entered. I see Miss Adams there on the screen now, so I'll do Mr. Lowe first.
Which position is that?
That is, hold on one moment and I'll tell you. It's
Keontae
Keontae
Lowe,
Lowe.
number 7. Yes.
Number 7.
Yes. What are we doing?
Your Honor, again, this was a co-defendant joint possession case. Given that Mr. Burns has entered his plea, I'm going to null pros this case. That
Perfect.
same announcement will be true for Mr. Baggett, who is position number 4, as well as Mr. Diarra, who is position number 6, wasn't transported today. And I will send those null process through the queue now that everything is wrapped up.
Okay. Who was the other one? The other code of number 6?
Yep, number 4, number 6, and number 7, Your Honor.
Okay. So 6 and 7 are being null crossed.
That's right. And number 4.
Okay. And number 4. Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. Number 4 is Baggett.
That's correct.
Oh, good. Okay. The case on the calendar for Mr. Baggett's being null crossed.
That is
Thank
right.
you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All related attorneys are free to go if that's all you have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you guys so much for your patience today.
Thank you.
Miss Corey, who do you have? Miss Corey, you have number 19, Faisal. And we have the interpreters. Mr. Faisal in the jail courtroom, deputy? He's here? Okay, you can come on up to the podium. And we have the Rohingya interpreter with us. We have the interpreter? Yes, I saw him. Mr. Chowdhury, can you unmute? Oh, goodness. That must have been, was that Mr. Chowdhury? Can you unmute for me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will interpret today from Rohingya to English and English to Rohingya will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Excellent. All right, let's swear in. Oh, wait a minute. This is a bond hearing. Sorry, my bad. We have the defendant is in the jail courtroom. All right, let me hear from this. Mr. Chowdhury, you've done this before, correct? You've been in my courtroom before.
Right. I did this for this defendant 3 times now,
Okay.
even in front of the Judge Jackson. So is he able to hear me in the courtroom?
Can ask him in Rohingya.
Fazlur আর কথা শুনতে লাগবে না? ফজল? আর কথা শুনতে লাগবো? আর কথা উনি পারেন না? Yeah, he can hear me.
Okay, very good.
তোমার bond hearing হইব? Okay.
All right. Go ahead and tell me the facts of the case.
Your Honor, you did hear this case back on November 28th, 2022. Would you like me to still go through the facts?
Briefly, please.
Yes. Back in March of 2019, law enforcement responded to Freedom Middle School in DeKalb County due to a disclosure that the child made to one of the school personnel. The child was 13 years old at the time of the incident. She disclosed that her mother forced her to marry a man that was living in the home and that she was forced to have sex with him. That man was the defendant. If she refused, her mother would beat her. Her mother is charged as a co-defendant to Mr. Azom Faisal. In this case. As stated at a previous bond hearing, the family is not supportive of moving forward with prosecution.
আগর হিয়ারিং এর মধ্যে হতে ফ্যামিলির কোনো সম্মতি না দেয় এবং বন্ড হিয়ারিং চালাগি
They're attempting to hide what happened, especially since the mother has been charged. The victim is back living with her mother due to how the family has handled this case.
হতে ওরা সবসময় লুয়ে এবং মাইফে ছোট বাচ্চা যখন ওর মার লগে থাকে এবং কথা কিন ব্যক্তি ওরা সবসময় লুয়ে
And there are concerns that the victim is being pressured to recant the allegations given her mother's relationship to the defendant.
Did you hear all that, Ms. Say that again.
Yes.
We were talking over each other.
Right. Go ahead. I heard it. The victim is forced to recant the story. I got that part.
Okay.
I already.
Due to the mother's relationship with the defendant.
ও মার লগে তোমার যে সম্পর্কের কারণে
I'm obligated to tell the court the victim is not opposed to bond, but she has been contacted by defense counsel, and as I stated before, her family is not supportive. She is 16 years old now.
ওদের 15 বছর যে বাচ্চা তোমার জামিনের কোনো আপত্তি নাই, কিন্তু ওর লগে তোমার উকিল যোগাযোগ করছে। ও জানে যে এনকোডার জানে যে ভিকটিম যে মাইফিবে তোমার বন্ডের ব্যাপারে ওর কোনো আপত্তি নেই।
The state is not aware of any criminal history, but wants to let the court know that the defendant had to be extradited from Texas back to Georgia for these offenses.
ওদের তোমার বিরুদ্ধে কোনো ক্রিমিনাল কোনো হিস্টোরি নেই, কিন্তু তোমার টেক্সাসের জড়িয়ে আনা গিয়ে।
We do believe he is at risk of fleeing or failing to appear, given that when law enforcement was conducted, he was still living in the home and nowhere to be found, even though all of his items were still present in the home.
ওদের ও ফালা যাবার আশঙ্কা আছে। তোমার ওয়াইফাই নাও পারে, যদিও গরম মধ্যে ব্যাগ কিছু আসিল, কিন্তু তারপর তোমার ওয়াইফাই নাও যায়।
And the extradition process and him being brought over to our jail didn't occur until August of 2022, despite this disclosure occurring back in March of 2019.
অত 2019 সালে ঘটনা হলো 2022 সাল পর্যন্ত তোমার আনা নাও যায় টেক্সাস।
The state's not aware that anything has changed, so we'd ask that bond be denied, that the defendant is a significant risk of failing to appear or fleeing, and that there is a significant risk of intimidation to the victim in this case.
রাষ্ট্রপক্ষে তোমার বন্ডের বিরোধিতা করে বিভিন্ন কারণে, তার মধ্যে কারণ যে ভিকটিম যে বাচ্চা এবার হুমকি দুমকি জীব বলিয়ে রাষ্ট্রপক্ষ মনে করি তোমার জামিনের বিরোধিতা করে।
That is it from the state.
স্টেটে এই পর্যন্ত।
All right, Miss Corey, anything you'd like to tell me? You need to unmute for me.
এখন তোমার উকিল কথা হইব।
Do you see the mute button on the bottom of the computer screen, bottom left? There you go. You got it.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Your Honor. My client is requesting a bond, that bond be set today so that he will be free until trial. As the prosecutor noted, he doesn't have a criminal history. He's never before been charged with a crime.
One of the donors is just to a criminal history nay, a state and hoy.
And he's also never been charged with any violent act.
Violence act
Your Honor, my client has a friend in the area that has agreed to let him stay in his home in Stone Mountain.
Go ahead.
So he has friends in the area. So we believe that he is not a flight risk. He's interested in trying to get this case settled. So we respectfully request that a bond be set for him today.
বন্ধু আছে তোমার আশ্রয় দিব, তুমি দায় যায় ন যাবে তোমার কোর্টের খত দেখে তোমার দিয়া বন্ড সেট করে ফেললে বলি জামিন দিবেলাই।
All right, so what was he doing in Texas?
তাতে বুঝতে দিলে তুমি টেক্সাস কিতে আসি কি করে আরে কি করিবে লাগিও।
No, I'm asking his lawyer, not him.
I'm sorry.
What was he? Why was he in Texas?
Oh, I understand that he was working there, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Corey?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Pasmino?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am concerned about the fact that he was out of state, had to be extradited, and I'm very concerned about allegations that the victim is being pressured to recant.
তুমি বারে আগ্য টাকা গিয়ে বলে জাজ ইয়ান পছন্দ না করে এবং তার বিরুদ্ধে যে অভিযোগ ইয়ান বলে কনসার্ন মানে ওতে আশঙ্কা আছে
So I am not going to be granting a bond.
ওদের উকিল জাজে খুঁজে তোমার জামিন দিত না
Your Honor, I'll prepare that order. I also want to let the court know he has not been arraigned, so don't know if we want to do that today and address it.
Ms. Corey, do you want to waive formal arraignment for your client, or do you want me to schedule it for an arraignment calendar?
We waive arraignment, but Your Honor, we didn't have any information on him being trying to pressure the victim.
That's what the state said.
I didn't say he was trying to pressure the victim. I said that the victim is receiving pressure from the family to recant the allegation.
दोनों उकिलेर माध्यमे তুমি যে অনরমে প্রেসার দিও কিনা ইয়ার খদ্দে তোমার উকিল খদ্দেলে ও প্রেসার দিয়ে দিলে কোনো প্রমাণ নেই
No, we don't have any information on him trying to pressure the the family trying to pressure the victim to recant.
খদ্দে তুমি যে তারারে অনরমে অঙ্কিত অঙ্কি দিও প্রেসার করছিও কোনো প্রমাণ নাই
She's told me that it happened, or that something happened.
Your Honor, we can talk offline. I know that the court has ruled on the bond motion. She has waived arraignment. I'll make sure she gets discovery.
Okay. That does not, I'm not changing my mind. I'm very uncomfortable with that whole family dynamic.
কথা বলবো জাজে খদ্দে ও খোঁজি আর ইয়ান এই সিদ্ধান্ত মধ্যে চাইবো তোমার বন্ড দিত না
But talk to Ms. Pasmino and maybe there's something you can work out and we can get this resolved sooner rather than later.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Honor.
সিদ্ধান্ত লইতে হর মানে কি করতে পারে
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, am I done?
Cruz, you're done. Thank
you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank
See
you.
you.
Tell him he can have a seat and that you told him I denied
তুমি
him.
এক জায়গাতে বইও অর্ডার রেডি করো বইও
Okay, thank you. Y'all are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right. Nicanor Cruz, Mr. Reeves, there you are.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Before we get started on this, does your client have any witnesses or family members that might be in the waiting room for this case? There's an Adriana Johnson, a P. Wade, and a Giuliano Diaz in the waiting room. Okay. What about Ms. Friedman?
I am checking right now.
Okay. We've had, just so Mr. Reeves knows, we've had some issues with non-parties attending these Zoom calendars and being disruptive. So I'm trying to limit, they can all watch on the YouTube stream, but Zoom is for participants, not for observers.
I think I've seen a few of those incidents, Your Honor.
I'm sure you have. Okay.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I see that Ms. Taylor is here, I believe, on the
Yes.
Durden cases. We
Yes.
haven't had much of a chance to talk. May I take Ms. Taylor into a breakout room while y'all are handling
May.
this hearing?
Absolutely. Please
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you. Good to see you, Ms. Taylor.
And Your Honor, the victim's family is watching on YouTube.
Okay, perfect. All right. Let me hear from the state then.
On February 12th of 2022 at 10 p.m., officers responded to a person shot call. CPR is being performed on Edwin Romero Maldonado. He did not survive the injuries that he had. Another officer was assisting a William Riviera. He was shot in the stomach and the arm. Riviera said he was outside and he heard gunshots. He turned to see what was going on and was struck by a bullet. Riviera said it was a drive-by. The vehicle is described as a black SUV. Riviera could not say which direction the vehicle went. He went to the hospital and went into surgery. While at the hospital, Ingrid Pastrana Cruz was brought in by ambulance. She was also at the location and was shot in the back. Per her statement, they did not see her in the vicinity when they arrived of Riviera and Romero Maldonado. But she took herself to the hospital. And then at the scene, the car the victim was driving was found with a bullet hole in the right rear passenger window, and there were bullet holes discovered in a Toyota Corolla. Another victim was located on the scene in apartment F6. It was a 15-year-old Hispanic female that was shot in her hip and her stomach area with an exit wound near her spine. That would be Ingar Pastrana. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing any names. She said she was standing outside in the parking lot talking to two other of the male victims. And they were having a conversation when a black SUV started driving by. Upon seeing the group, the vehicle sped up and she saw shooting coming from the rear left of the truck area, and she could see gunfire. The vehicle took off towards Beaufort Highway after the shooting. And two of her friends, Guanaco Romero and William Rivera, were shot. So to kind of summarize, we've got 5 victims, and they're all young teens, so 14, 15, 16, 17, and a 20-year-old. The vehicle was caught on surveillance camera coming into the area, and they were able to get the license plate. They pulled it from flock cameras. That vehicle is registered to the defendant. We know that because the defendant was a victim in a drive-by shooting earlier and had made a police report claiming the vehicle to be his as well. And shell casings matched a drive-by shooting that had been done in Atlanta, where the defendant was the suspect. Cell towers put him in the area as well. As far as criminal history, he has a prior aggravated assault with a deadly weapon out of juvenile court where he had a 2-year commitment back in 2019. His co-defendant, Your Honor, or his unindicted co-defendant, is going to be his brother. All victims are opposed to bond in this case. They do not want to make a statement to the court. They wanted the court to know that. When it comes to the facts of the case, Your Honor, it is clear the defendant is a danger to the public based on his prior history and the facts of the case. He's a danger to the witnesses since they all live in the same area. And he's a danger to co-conspire with his co-defendant, his brother. So if Your Honor were to grant, of course, we would ask that he be having no contact with his co-defendant, which would be his brother, which would make that
How
fairly
old?
impossible.
How old is he now, and how old is his brother?
Basic math, I think he's 19 now.
Yes,
Okay.
he turns 20 at the end of the month.
And
Yes.
his brother's how old?
17, I think. I think he's his younger brother.
Is he charged in Superior Court?
He is unindicted as of now. The case is stronger against Brandon than it is Carlos because the car is registered to Brandon, but we do have his cell phone in the area as well. So he's unindicted.
All right. Mr. Reeves?
Yes, Your Honor. I would state Brandon is 19 years old. He does turn 20 on the 31st of this month. This was originally filed as a 90-day bond request. Brandon was actually arrested on this case. I know the incident occurred February 12th of 2022. He was arrested March 8th of 2022 and then subsequently was indicted June 14th of 2022. The 90 days would have run on June the 8th. Unfortunately, there was not an opportunity to have a bond hearing between, I think it was about 6 days after the 90-day before he was indicted. And so it's kind of an interesting legal concept because technically I do believe he is entitled to a bond on counts 2 through 7. However, once indicted, the state did add the first count, malice murder, and then the 8th count, which is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. There is a grand jury arrest warrant with no bond on those two. But I've never seen an incident where there's a bond on certain charges and not on others in the same indictment. So my place would be that he is entitled to a bond, even though the 2 additional charges from indictment were after the 90 days. And I would ask, what I'm asking for, Your Honor, is a $100,000 bond with an ankle monitor in whatever conditions the state is requesting. I will state that while there is evidence that my client's car is in the vicinity, there are some cameras that show that. There's differing statements as to whether the black SUV is a Nissan or a Chevy. It doesn't appear that the videos in the actual apartment complex show the license plate, but the videos with my client's license plate around Brookhaven are consistent with a black SUV. So I am asking for a $100,000 bond with an ankle monitor.
Okay, Ms. Friedman, what's the deal with a 90-day issue?
I believe this is one of those cases where at the grand jury additional charges were added. So he was not indicted on some charges within the 90 days, but then when they went to the grand jury, they added the malice charge, and they added, I believe the last count, the possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. So I think he is entitled to a bond on some of the accounts, but not all of them.
How does that work?
I don't think it's possible on an indicted case, though, to separate it out.
Procedurally, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen this either. Have you, Ms. Friedman?
I have, but again, my knowledge is from another jurisdiction.
Alabama? Okay.
So, yeah, maybe
Okay.
Mr. Don Tremont, who's more of our appeals expert, might know more of this.
I'm mulling it over. It's a weird situation for me too. I'm trying to think if there's a way we could do that.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I will state, Mr. Nicanor Cruz does have another open case. It is the main charge is kidnapping. It was indicted earlier this year. It's 22 CR 2303. Your Honor did grant him a bond in that case of $125,000 with an ankle monitor. That was July 29th of 2022. Obviously, that case has not been litigated yet, but I would point out that that was after this case was indicted. And I think the reason that these two cases were not heard together was the time of indictment of the murder case that we're here before today, prior to that calendar. And also, I think maybe a victim witness issue as far as notice. But the court was aware of these charges, obviously, prior to granting the bond in the 22 CR 2303 case. And I think it's interesting that I think in Georgia, at least, because there was not a chance to grant a bond on the original 5 charges, that he would be entitled to a bond on the entire case, because I don't think he can still not have a bond on those charges.
And Your Honor, I would add for the—
I couldn't find a case on point at all in Georgia.
Yeah.
For the kidnapping, you have the co-defendants as well. In that case, you might remember it. The defendant is a suspected member of Trailer Park Boys, or TPN or TPB, which is a subsect of another Brookhaven gang. And if you remember, you denied bond on his co-defendant on that case.
That's correct, Judge. That was my case. I handled that hearing, if that helps you ring a bell.
Okay, so they are allegedly have different roles in that kidnapping case? Or no?
Allegedly, they work together on the kidnapping, but
okay.
it's separate completely from the case with Mr. Reeves.
Okay. When did the kidnapping allegedly took place, prior to the murder or after?
Prior to, Your Honor. What happened essentially is that after my client was arrested on this case, based on his connection to the vehicle that is registered to him being in the area of the murder, the kidnapping case, the witness, who is the victim's mother, claimed that the individuals that kidnapped her daughter were in a black SUV. Brookhaven PD kind of put 2 and 2 together as far as their investigation was that my client drives a black SUV. Again, Brookhaven, not being a large community, knew some of the other people involved. And so that he was subsequently arrested for the kidnapping case while he was in custody for the murder case. I know it's a little bit convoluted.
Okay. I want to get some legal analysis on this issue of whether or not he's actually entitled to a 90-day bond on this case. So I may want to reset this to see if we can see what we can find. Even if there's law in other jurisdictions, I'm curious as to what the analysis is if there's nothing in Georgia. So do you have any issue with me resetting this for a couple of weeks, Mr. Reeves?
No, Your Honor. And I'll try to provide the state and the court with the law that I came up with, but it's every issue that I've seen, it was the unindicted case was granted bond, and then there was no issue with denying bond on the additional charges, but it was obviously.
So they got a bond on the unindicted charges, but not the indicted ones. Is that what you're saying? Or did I get it backwards?
Yeah, that's correct, Your Honor. All the cases that I reviewed from Georgia in the 11th Circuit was essentially there was a bond granted on unindicted charges. Then once charges were added at the grand jury, that bond was denied, and then.
Okay. So that's the situation. And that's the situation we have here.
Well, the situation we have here is that the bond was not addressed prior to between the 90-day deadline and indictment, because it was 6 days from the 90-day deadline, so there wasn't a chance to actually review it.
Yeah, I think that the legal answer would be he would have been entitled to a bond in those 6 days on those unindicted cases. But then once he gets indicted, he's not entitled to that bond on those cases.
And here's what I'll do. Just because I want to make sure if he is legally entitled to a bond on those charges, that he gets the bond on those charges. So I'll give him $100,000 bond on those charges with the ankle monitor, but that's a separate bond from the $125,000 that he has on the kidnapping. But I don't think I'm going to give him a bond on the additional charges. And if you find any case law that says I have to do that, give him, Mr. Reeves, then let us know and we'll reschedule it for another hearing.
Okay.
I think that's probably the best way to handle it, to make sure that I'm in compliance with the law about the 90-day rule.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. What other conditions does the state want? And let's specify exactly which counts.
It'd be 2 through 7 would be the ones he does have a bond.
Okay. 2 through 7 is the one I'm giving him a bond today based on the 90-day rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Judge, just so I'm doing it correctly, would I go in through the D number and give him a bond on the unindicted cases, and then on the indicted cases set it as a no bond, just to make sure I'm doing that right?
I have no idea.
I believe you can do it that way. Just make sure that the warrant numbers and the charges that are on the bond order are the appropriate ones. Sometimes Odyssey messes up.
Okay.
And I believe the grand jury warrants would still stand.
That sounds about right.
All right. So we'll do no contact with the co-defendant.
Yes.
Ankle monitor. Where's he going to be living?
He'd be living in Austell, Georgia.
With family?
Well, if he has no contact with the brother, we might have to readdress that.
Well, we're going to need an address for the bond order. So
Okay.
we're going to have to find him an address, and we can put that on the order. Is he in school, or was he in school at all?
No, Your Honor. He was working at a construction company. I think if he
All right.
was able to get out, he'd have a different job.
And we'll do a curfew. He needs to be home by 8:00 p.m. every night. And report to pretrial services once a week. Okay.
And Your Honor, that was also no contact with the victims as well, correct?
Yes, sorry, I did not say that, but yes, absolutely. No contact with victims or the co-defendant.
And not possess firearms.
No guns, yeah, no weapons, no firearms. And that's it. Okay, and then if you find any law that says I need to give him a bond on counts 1, 8, and 9, let me know.
I will, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I was showing, I've only got 8 counts on the indictment I have.
Oh. Maybe one of the, on my calendar, it shows counts 1 through 9, but that's not always 100% accurate.
Yeah, on Odyssey, it shows a 9th count, but I don't think that was actually added
Okay.
to the indictment. But either way.
Go with what the indictment says, not what my calendar says.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And I believe that concludes my business, if I may be excused.
Yes, you may be excused. Thank you. All right. Let's go to, do we have Miss Taylor? There you are. We have an
Yes,
update.
Judge, we do have.
Okay,
yes,
what's that?
yes, Judge, we do have an update.
Okay.
The state can announce our consent, Judge.
Yes, Judge, we're gonna waive well, I'll get Ms. Taylor to do it officially, but I believe we'll waive a hearing on this and handle the probation revocations by a consent. I'll work on orders to do that, but the terms of the consent are to revoke 90 days, reduced to credit for time served. He served, I think, 85 or 86 days right now, and then return to probation with a requirement that he enroll in FVIP within 30 days.
Okay.
So I'll prepare orders to that effect.
Put them in my queue.
Yes, thank you.
And you were indicating something about the new charges.
Oh, yes, I'll put it in the order, Judge, but my understanding is we are consenting to an admission to the DUI and suspended license charges that were the initial basis, and then an admission to the arrest for the new family violence charges. I've reviewed those charges from Rockdale. I can tell the court it's a different victim completely, a completely different situation.
I'm sorry, you're agreeing to what with respect to the new charge?
He's admitting to having been arrested for those charges. This is just as I'm noting it in the petition.
Okay, so he's stipulating to the violation essentially.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
And then we would waive a formal hearing, Judge.
Okay.
So would that get done today?
I don't know if I'm going to get to sign it today.
But maybe
hopefully by the end of the day tomorrow, I'll have all of my orders done.
Okay.
If it's going to result in his release, I will try to get this. Usually I sign the orders where someone's getting released from jail first, just to.
We'll put his at the top of the.
I will certainly put his at the top. And if I could get it signed today, I will, I promise.
Judge, I'm working on them now, so I'll get them sent
Okay.
over as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're good to go, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you.
All right. And we've got,
That's right.
here comes the rain and the thunder. So if my internet goes out, we'll all just reconnect. All right, number 14, Jalen Smith, Miss Friedman and Miss Parks. Hello.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. Do y'all have any witnesses in the waiting room on this case?
I do not.
Okay.
Not in the waiting room, but I do have the mother of the victim who would like to make a statement when it's the appropriate time.
Of course. Okay. All right. This is a bond motion. So does he currently have a bond? No.
He does not, Judge.
Okay. All right. Let me hear from the state first.
Okay, police responded to shots fired at Park Valley apartment complex. When they arrived, Michael Rolax was lying in the breezeway in front of apartment M12, suffering from 8 gunshot wounds. He died on the way to the hospital. Inside the apartment was Christian Houston. He was shot but alive. Officers spoke to several witnesses on the scene. Caleb Carter identified the shooter as someone who goes by the nickname Float. He said Float was there to record music and started shooting after a verbal argument. He IDs Jalen Smith as the person he knows as Float. Tyrell Jenkins was sleeping in the apartment. He heard a verbal argument over a girl named Shakira. He said he was in the apartment. Shakira's in the apartment. The victim was in the apartment. Caleb was in the apartment. Christian was in the apartment, and there were 2 guys he didn't know personally, but he was able to describe them. One of them he described as the defendant. They were arguing about who Shakira was hooking up with. The fight turned physical, and he was trying to break them up. And that's when the guy who was dating Shakira started shooting. He described the defendant as the shooter. Shakira said she wasn't there. She didn't see anything. She doesn't know anything, but she admitted to dating the defendant. A neighbor, Timothy Bennett, said he was watching TV when he heard gunfire. He looked out the window. He saw Caleb Carter returning fire towards a man that was entering into a vehicle that sped away. He asked Caleb if he was okay. Caleb said, no, that guy shot my friend. At that time, the neighbor went over to render aid. He saw Shakira tell several people to leave before the police get there. The police were able to pull surveillance video, and they observed a vehicle register to someone named Kaya Banks enter the apartment complex at 10:02 p.m. and then speed away at a high rate at 2:41 a.m. The 911 call was placed at 2:44 a.m. That's why the car kind of drew their attention. They then interviewed Kaya Banks. She said she dropped off a guy named Float at the apartments and then later received a text from him saying to come get him as soon as possible because something bad happened. And she identified that person as Jalen Smith. When it comes to Mr. Smith's history, 1 second, Your Honor, my computer just froze. Okay. While I pull up his history, I believe the mother, Miss Michelle, is on this call. If she would like to make a statement, will you please turn your camera on? She was here earlier.
Yeah, I saw her. Oh gosh, it's getting nasty outside.
Hello.
Hello. All
There
right.
she
Raise
is.
your right hand. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear from the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
All
Ms.
right.
Flex, what would you like the judge to know about bond in this case?
Just want to let you know that Michael was in a home of 2 parents. He had 3 brothers, 1 sister, all lived in the same home. He was a happy child from birth to adulthood.
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Problem is, I knew something was going to happen because it's just been that kind of a week. Diane, the court reporter just lost power.
Uh-oh. Okay.
So, oh, we don't have a court reporter. Okay, we will. Let's take a break and see if it comes back on. Let's take a 10 or 15-minute recess, okay, and see what happens. And
Thank you, Judge.
okay, you know, if it's not one thing, it's another. Okay, thanks, guys. I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Look at nature not. Look at nature not. Is that wide cheeks? Is that wide cheeks? Hello, hello to every single one of you guys. Yes, baby. Lejo's gonna do his cat dance. Hey Eva. Hey Ashley. Hi Vanessa. Hey Blanche Poole. Hey James, Jackie, Miss Leo. Listening with Lou. How are you? Lola baby. How you doing? Miss Rod, Truly Lace. Nikki. What is that? Milika? If I said your name wrong, I am so sorry. I said Miss Rod, Miss Leo, Vanessa, I said, and Miss Real, hey James, Sunfruit, Marquise. I'm just trying to stroll down to see where all you guys are at while we on this breakity break. Don't forget, guys, if you haven't hit that like, please take this time out and hit that like. And if you are not part of the family, hit that subscribe so you know when we go like. Take this time out, hit that like and subscribe. Look at wide cheeks in the back. The hips don't lie, it's in the back, baby. Hips don't lie, it's in the back. Hips don't lie. Hey, King Cooley. Hey, RL. How y'all guys doing? I'm glad they back. Let me see. I don't know. No, they're not back yet. Oh, yeah, they back.
2 p.m. and then Speedway at 2:41 a.m. That's important because the 911 call came in at 2:44 a.m. They
I got
interviewed
it.
Kaya Banks, and she said she dropped off Float at the apartments and then later received a text from him saying to come get him ASAP because something bad happened. And she identified Jalen Smith as Float. I was able to pull up his criminal history. He has a pending forgery second and carrying a weapon without a license out of Gwinnett from 2021 that's still pending. We have the mother of the victim on this call who would like to make a statement to the court regarding bond. Or she was on the call.
Just know that my power is flickering. So if something happens, we'll try to reconnect. Okay.
I think a few of us are still in the courthouse and the One West Court Square building, and I think the alarms just
The
went
alarm.
off.
Well, that's what
We're asked to
said.
We're asked to go to the basement,
Okay.
Judge.
All right, guys, we're gonna stop for today. There's a tornado out there. They have to leave the building. We're just gonna have to reset all of the rest of the cases for this afternoon. I am so sorry,
All
but
right.
everybody.
Judge.
Okay. Thank
All
you all. We'll
Okay.
be back in touch ASAP. Everybody just take care of yourselves. Be careful.
Coordinate on the way. We gotta
Okay.
get-
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, all right. We're done.
All right, be safe.
Okay. Bye.
My. She said tonight. She said this afternoon, but it's already this afternoon, lady. What are you talking about? It's already this afternoon. He's sitting in the back. They made him last so we could watch this. So now we got to stay on alert because you got to remember, adjourn doesn't mean tomorrow because it depends on a caseload. And you have to remember it was moved from tomorrow till today. So we don't know what adjourn means. Reschedule next month. I was thinking, maybe we don't know what this reschedule means unless they come back. They do night court or something. Because she said this afternoon. I don't know. That don't mean tomorrow the 13th. God damn it, that's gonna give. I know his witnesses. He should have learned from last time not to have no witnesses. But he need witnesses to say that's where he's going to be staying. He gonna be airboxing and thumb sucking. Yeah, that's Nature Boy in the back. Way in the back. You can't miss them hips nowhere. No, Nature Boy in the back. He's sitting in the back. Look at them hips. Look at them hips. He'll get bond. I feel he's not guilty of the R, but he's definitely guilty of other things. But down now, people have the right to have their feelings. If that's how you feel, that man is a menace to society. And Nature Nut said from his own mouth, everybody puts themselves there because of karma for everything that they hit. Them hit words, not mine. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But everybody has a right to their feelings, you know. He is at risk because up until like 2 weeks ago, he deserves whatever comes to him. Yeah. But that, remember, them is his words. Them are his words, not mine. He the one said when people in jail and even if they haven't done something, they have done so much stuff that karma came back to get them. Them are his words. Right before he Malaya sat there and threw the glass. Go back to that video. Them are his words. This is his karma. This is his karma. See, right about now, it's not if they believe Nature Nut or not. That will be for a jury to decide. We're going too fast. They just want to know if he's a flight risk or not. So it doesn't matter what we believe now. It's for a jury to decide. Right about now, it's all about is he a flight risk or not? That's all they care about. And you could even know he kept them 4 blind mice quiet. His lawyer now he has a real lawyer. They told him to shut up. Shut up. Stop going on damn video every damn day talking about your king, your king, your king. Because that proves he still have influence over you. He still have influence over people. So if you shut up, shush. So he took the advice that he heard everybody saying. No, Dell. He deserves all this karma, but we can't emotionally attach a lot of the people. They are bigger lies than he let be fit. No, Dell, this is Nature Boy's word. I'm repeating Nature Boy words. You have to say that to Nature Boy, Dell. I didn't say that. Nature Boy said that. Nature Boy says is his karma. Okay, so let's not confuse it. Let's not confuse. Hey, Fluid Motion, how are you? He will not get bail. I hope he don't. Fluid Motion should come on up here and talk to us. Fluid Motion should come up here and talk to us. What's up, Poetry in Motion? How you doing? We need to hear from you, Fluid. You want to come talk to us? Or you want to come talk to us? Yeah, but some people keeps it like that. People want to keep hope. They want hope that I'll drop the link. Okay. Dell, I'm not, oh, you talking to people in the chat? Because the trial hasn't been set yet. So when the trial been set, that will all be proven with the trial. That will all be set with the trial. Matter of fact, if anybody want to come up, anybody want to come up, click the link. The real God has spoken. But they didn't shoot no lightning towards his behind though. But if anybody want to come up and give their opinion on what they think, you're more than welcome to come on up. What's up? 8 to the 24. 8 with the 24, 4, 4. Come up, hit the link, Fluid. Hit the link. I'll drop the link again. Because I would love to know how you guys really feel. I'm good, bro. I am good. That's what I was saying. Maybe they got night court. So we will. Listen, that's why they in court, to get a fair chance, Dell. But Dell, I'm not, whatever it is whatever it is. I don't have a dog in this race. The universe is tired of his shit. The universe itself is tired of his SHIT. He said that. I didn't say that. He said it. So he has to now talk to the universe, Dale. He got to do the talking. No, I get it. People want, they don't want him to be hit with that. But you got to think about it. He's God. So, it shall be done in court. Like I said, come on up. I hit the link. I dropped the link. Natureboy has had many chances. Dell, you seem uninformed. See, fluid motion knows the brother. He knows the brother. If he, hold on, Dell. I'm trying to get fluid up here too. I'm gonna click you right in. Hello, and how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I am fine.
Yeah, this is all I wanted to say. I feel like for me, I think, like I said, I understand you was quoting him. Everything that's coming for him, I feel he deserved everything that's coming for him. I don't have no disagreements on that. But what I am saying is, I don't think we all should be, that I'm not saying that you are, and I'm not saying that other people are, but I think that some people just hate him. You get what I'm saying? That it becomes a lot of people are emotionally attached to the ideal of hating him. I don't like things that he done, but I look at it, if he's in jail and people are still, even the ones who left, a lot of them are still pushing this same ideology that he had when they was with him. So it's like to just hate him because everybody's on this hate train of him. We have to look at the people who was there and the people who still holding on to the idea. I understand people go on their spiritual journeys, and we all have. Even myself, I've been on the spiritual journey. But to the point of pushing this ideal of what he doing, we have to still look at the people who holding on to this idea, because we have to look at these people. Who are these people before they came there? Like Nateri, who are we to say that this woman is not lying on him? Look at the things that she still did after the fact. Look at the things that she's still doing. I don't agree with.
Dale, you breaking up. You breaking up on me, Dale. Dell, we cannot
him.
hear you, Dell. All right, Fluid. Dell, you breaking up on me. You're breaking up on me. You're breaking up on me. See, until he able to fix his sound, why do people think that we hate Nature Boy? People assume because we speak upon him, we hate him. Sunfruit, you gotta please take that out, Sunfruit. Take that out. Hey, lovely flowers, how are you, darling? Please take that comment out, Sunfruit. I'm so sorry, but YouTube policies, you would get me right off of here. Take that off. Now, yeah. Dell, whenever your sound come in, please come in. Okay. I'm gonna drop the link just in case he want to come back up and he fix his sound. But people think that we hate. A lot of people think, oh, these people are haters. The one when you put the bait there. You said auras get baked too. You know, a lot of people, I'm just going to keep dropping the link. So if somebody want to come up, they ain't got to keep strolling up to find the link. You know, just because people report on it, people just report on it. That doesn't mean, like, when we cut this off, believe me, when a lot of people cut this off, they don't care. They go back to their regular lives. I don't know why people think because people do commentary on him that they hate him. No, we don't hate him. We do commentary on him. And we've seen a lot of things that he have done that, no, we don't like. And we have every right. Oh, it's a decision. Yeah. Yeah, so we could, just because if he, no, I mean, but I'm just letting you know, it's not about an opinion. I mean, yeah, you're right. Everybody do have an opinion. That is absolutely true. But we only speak upon what we see there. What do you want us to do? If you're telling somebody to slap somebody and they slap somebody, what do you want us to do? I mean, this is what he puts in front of us. We literally show the video and we literally just speak upon what we see. That's not our opinion. What do you want us to do? I don't know what you want us to do. Everything is omitted. We didn't put nothing on this man. He did that so well himself. He did such a good job himself. Hi, Latoya. Welcome. Court refresh. Let me see. I get you, Dale, but you know what, Dale? I respect you and I respect your opinion and I respect your point of view. You saying if justice is served, justice is served. And I respect that. Hey, Ms. Rod, what's up?
Peace and love, family. Peace and love, family. I just wanted to say that, so do people believe that it's okay for this type of nonsense to be in our communities that are teaching our young children, our young boys and our young girls to break the law with the things that Nature Nut did?
Hold on. Somebody said caught back in session. Keep talking, Ms. Rye.
You know, I don't hate him. I dislike a lot of things that he has done. Oh, we back in session. Come on now.
No, it's not back in session.
No.
It's not back in session.
I'm staying woke for this. I'm staying awake for this. Okay. You know, and I mean, who wants this kind of craziness in their community? Like why? I don't understand. Hold on a second. I have to mute this.
Hey, Miss Leo, what's up, baby?
Craziness in their community.
Hello.
Hey, Miss Leah.
Hey, Miss Rod.
So do we, I mean, so who would agree with this nonsense? I mean, like,
Hey, Deborah.
we trying to unite as a people, And you're following people who want to be, a leader. You want to be a leader, but you don't want to lead the people the right way. We didn't need to see all this craziness that was going on in other countries, on their little farms or their little backyards with the tents and stuff like that. We didn't need to see all of that. We didn't need to see the real end moments where he disgraced them and beat them and smacked them and do all kinds of adulterous things to them. Come on now. That's how we live in. That's how you want us to
Hello.
live.
Hello, Alina. Hey, Deborah.
I want to
Hey,
get a big shout out to everyone
Dopamine.
that joined.
Don't forget, Miss Ride, to please drop your link. Because we're trying to get Miss Ride to 3,000 people. Please drop your link. Feel free to drop your link. Check her out. You will get great savings or some cooking tips. Check her out. And periodically, fluid motion. Oh, that's poet emotion. And don't forget, Miss Leo will be dropping her link. I want that "You Big Dummy" T-shirt.
That's cool. I like that one too.
Sure.
She got. I mean, Ashley said Kevin Samuels, Andrew Tate, Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite. Yeah, I clicked the link and it's asking me to. No, you don't have to copy it. It should bring you straight in fluent motion. It should bring you straight in. All you gotta do is let them have your
Gmail.
No, not your Gmail. His the voice, the camera, and the speaker.
I just feel like when we look at Natureboy, like how you want to live your life and what you believe in is your business. It's when you start incorporating other people into it is the problem. And the way that you get to a certain place is the problem. That was abuse, that was neglect, that was just plain cruelty. And if we seen this in our neighborhood or our next door neighbors, the first thing they'll say is, I didn't know all that stuff was going on over there. And here it is, he promoted this stuff all over, and to make excuses for him, I don't think that's right.
This is what Dale said. He said, I feel that everyone went there for a particular reason and they wanted to learn about it, but it went bad because of the internet. It went bad when he uploaded it. That's when it went bad. We didn't need to know all that.
But what part of spirituality is not eating and being abused?
When he first came out, I watched him when he first came out. He wasn't doing all this ratchet stuff that he's doing, that he's been doing for the past 6, 7, 8 years or whatever. He was actually doing really, I would say, somewhat really good with the teaching. The teaching of the meditation, the food, and the stuff like that. And then, when he got bigger, he went to the left.
Hold on, Ms. Ride. Dennis, please, guys, do not block nobody. I want to hear what everybody got to say. Do not block nobody.
I don't care about no good looking man. I mean,
hold on. I just want to hear y'all black women are thirsty. That's how he write. That's what it sounds like. Are thirsty for good looking men that don't even got nothing to bring to the table. So I guess that would be you, Dennis. So we know to stay far away from you. Now,
sister, get the gun line ready. Get the line ready.
Huh?
I'll talk about the lady named Sister. I told her get that line ready. The pow pow line from Life. Yeah.
Dennis, you can't block nobody.
Well, see, some fruit. It's not so much as the censorship. it's, YouTube have they issues now with a lot of the cursing and a lot of the
That's
words
different.
pertaining to them. So it's not so much censorship. But what he's saying, it's like, why do you think so? A person who don't even have a picture on his, hello. So how do we know you're not good looking? Are we supposed to be thirsty for you?
We ain't even paying him no mind no more.
Yeah, he's old news right now.
Yeah.
I ate with that. How you doing? 8 with that 24?
That thing is moving fast. Let me
I
slow down.
know.
Let me go back. Okay, it's just all escalated really quickly. It seems like a righteous. It was never a righteous moment. See, this is the part that people don't understand. It was never a righteous moment because there's no way that man. First of all, we don't know nothing about Nature Nut. We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing about Nature Boy. We just go by what the man tell us, and we already poked holes in that. See, this is why, and we already poked holes in that. Since we already poked plenty of holes in his existence, and then you're not going to tell me a good man. Everybody in his life he has abused before he even set forth to become Nature Nut. He was already an abuser. So what do you think? He's gonna not be an abuser? He's done what he's always been doing. It's just that an abuser is not gonna abuse you in the beginning. They're gonna slowly come on in, come on in, come on in.
Right.
And then when that mask fall off, then you see the true colors. But it ain't like, well, he was doing that before. That
He,
seen
he found,
his baby
when he
mother
found out he
eyes.
can make money, he found out he can make money on YouTube, because when he was on Facebook, he wasn't doing all the special stuff. When he got to YouTube, he just, they shut down his page and put up another. His whole crew had all these pages, and it was just him with the same password for all those pages. So it's like when Dell says that, we want to, make him a bad guy. You don't think he's a bad guy? Yeah, some of the things that he has done, we wouldn't know if he didn't display it. He put it out there.
Hey, Bianca.
Nefertiti, I don't know if Nefertiti is lying or not, but from what we see, she probably could just add on to some more stuff that we have seen. Doesn't mean she's lying.
Well,
I
first
don't
of
know.
all,
Well, I'm not
what
going to
made
say that
me
she.
Go ahead,
I'm
sis.
not going to say that she was lying, but just imagine she was the only one who came forward.
That's what I was getting. No. Technically, she wasn't.
She wasn't the
Right?
first.
She wasn't the first, but none of them pressed charges. When all of them that's what made me believe her, because all of them have said how he took it. When he wants it, all of them said how he made them do things. So I was like, if all of them saying the same thing, they all was coerced to have XEX. That's what made me believe her story, because all of
Yes,
them said
Bianca.
that.
I'm just agreeing with Bianca. She said, who cares if she's lying? He needs mental help while locked up away from society.
He should have stayed in that mental place. They could argue that Nay is abusive in some way, but they can't bring that up anyway.
You know what?
And
Even if they
he's
could
giving out
argue,
STD. And he's giving out
even if they could argue that she was abusive, she was this, she was that, there's still not a right for him to do what he done to her. Just like she had that right to go and say something to the police or whatever, he also had that same right to go and say something to the police if he felt as though that she was doing something wrong.
Marquise, if y'all could have seen what he did sexually to Malia on that other site, it broke my heart. It broke my heart. Not so much that because I knew her. I mean, know her online. I don't know none of them personally. It was a point that why would you do that to a Black woman online though? It was just heartbreaking. You know, that sex website. So I
On
said,
it
man,
was that, and the man even did Twitter. He did a lot of
he
things.
put it a lot of places. He put a
He
lot of
did a
things. He did a
lot of
lot of places.
things.
All social media.
I mean, you can. I
I
think
mean, like for a person
Son
that
put up there. Anybody. Hey, Neela.
hey Stella,
I'm gonna just
Deborah,
I'm just gonna just pull up
Nina.
what he said. Hold on.
And it's and to the point of the fact was that now that you made all of them, now you think about it, you made all of them public figures and you putting out sex tapes of them.
X.
X tapes. Like the X files of them all over social media. And you got people paying for them on other pay platforms. You know, it's just sad. Because if you didn't want all this stuff out there, see, when they go in his cloud, they going in his cloud. Okay. When they get in that cloud, he got so many clouds, everybody have to give up their phones. Because there's his life sentence is in those clouds. He might even get the unalive penalty. Let me see if they have it up there in Georgia. Yeah, Fulton. Right. So if Bianca, exactly.
And
He
it's a
called
shame because
women.
he dragged all them people into it too. It wasn't even like it was just her or whatever. All them people that was there, all their life really at this point is really messed up. And it's really messed up if they are going to be co-defendants.
But you know, the same thing that he's doing, you know, a lot of more of other people doing is coming to light. You know, this is why I personally don't go to church. My belief is my belief. But I personally don't go to church because A77. I personally go to church because I seen the hypocrisy, the nonsense that goes on in church. And a lot of these ministers are going down now. They're really going down now because of all the stuff that they're doing with these children, with these women and stuff like that effect. But look who taught him. Look who taught him. So do you really want him teaching our children and our children to teach their children for that nonsense? I say that with the church as well. How you gonna send your sons to church and the priest or the man? Listen, my son was in
in a
a
way,
very exclusive high school.
Yeah,
yep,
but
High school.
we're gonna just try to stay on the topic.
I'm
but
saying, but the
we
preacher
can
did it.
But we can say too, that's predatory behavior. You got all these
Exactly.
people over here that you know have some type of issue. It doesn't matter if they can read, they can write, whatever their issue is, whatever they was running from, whatever was going on, you knew that they had an issue. And now you chose them people and did what you did and thinking that people won't believe them because of their issue. That's not fair either.
Yeah. Yeah. See what happened with Baby Ja? You think anybody children are safe around them? You think anybody children?
The point is, if anybody, at the end of the day, if anybody believes him, would you send your child with him? Would you send your child with them? I mean, that. It's just that simple.
Neither
Would you
male or
allow?
female, I would not
Your?
allow.
Would you allow your daughter to go with Natureboy and feel okay? Not if she wanted to go. Not if she left to go. If he came to you and you seen him on video and he came to you and said, I would like for your daughter to come on over, what would you say?
No.
I just think that, you know, these children are scarred for life and they need help.
Somebody phone going off.
No, but that's not us. Stop it. Oh.
I want to get to that fight when he says himself that he belonged in jail because that's what right before he tore her up. I hate when I can't find something.
You know, and then quite a few of them went on to write books about their time they spent there with him. You know, you have to ask yourself, like, what did you learn? You asking the teacher to teach you, but what did you learn? What did you learn?
Of course, they didn't learn nothing. Now, this is Eligio own words, right? This is own words. Wait, hold up. This is own words. We don't make this up. But this is what he says, right? Where we at? This is his own words, and this is what he says. So if anybody thinks that no, this what he said, we don't say that. This what he said. These his words. So, and I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna try to see if I can just get that bit.
No, not my do-rag, my silk cloth. Hey, go get it. Tell her go get it. Go get my silk scarf.
Now
Y'all
listen,
put upstairs.
this his words.
She need a timeout. She don't like going up there. No, what I learned with Malia, the way you punish Malia is just separate her ass from everybody. Give her, like, go put her in the jail. That's why niggas. That's why jail was invented.
See, this is Natureboy's own words. So whomever is saying set him free, listen to what he say.
Give a nigga a break, but jail shouldn't be like that. Jail need to be a place where nigga can sit down and be in isolation, but doesn't mean you have to be treated like that. I feel like the prison system is very a very good system. It's just how we rehabilitating niggas, because you making niggas worse putting them in there. If you had programs set up in there that's teaching them the, you know, law, education, allowing them to get educated, you know what I'm saying? They done took goddamn libraries out the fucking prison. You educate a nigga, he gonna get smarter. He, you know what I'm saying? But you make him dumber, he always gonna be a slave to stupidity. And so these prison systems ain't really, you know what I'm saying? But then again, I'm gonna tell you why. Cause a nigga be deserving that shit. You know what souls that be in prison? Ain't nobody forcibly in prison. Prison is for motherfucking karma. So a bitch would be in there for something they didn't do. For karma, they paying off from something shit they did. Ain't no mistakes, bitch. Right where you supposed to be. You better believe it. And the universe is calculating everything you do. You never get away with it. You'll get locked up for some shit you didn't do just because you getting paid back from the universe for some shit you did that you thought nobody seen, bitch. You gonna get your return. You gonna get your karma, bitch. See, like, you don't get away with nothing, man. You gotta be honest and be straight up with shit.
That's the truth. What's up?
You know what I'm saying? It's not for profit in the big eye, because God is the universe is God, nigga. And human beings, what human beings is doing, the God is doing. Who put my silk cloth upstairs, yo?
Who put Chief silk cloth upstairs?
Chief 3. Chief 3.
Who put Chief 3?
Slave to stupidity. And so these parties, give her, like, go put her in the jail. That's why niggas, that's why jail was.
Please watch what you put in the chat. Do not use profanity in the chat. Do not use profanity in the chat. Ninja or nothing. Don't, you can say ninja, but you know what I mean. Don't do it. Don't do it. So if anybody going, hey, he didn't do it when Natureboy said himself. Even if you didn't do it, if you did enough, you belong there. So I don't want to hear no more. This what he said.
was invented to give a nigga a break, but jail shouldn't be like that. Jail need to be a place where a nigga can sit down and be in isolation, but doesn't mean you have to be treated like that. I feel like the prison system is very a very good system. It's just how we rehabilitating niggas. Cause you making niggas worse putting them in there. If you had programs set up in there that's teaching them the, law, education, allowing them to get educated, you know what I'm saying? They done took goddamn libraries out the fucking prison. You educate a nigga, he gonna get smarter. You know what I'm saying? But you make him dumber, he always gonna be a slave to stupidity. And so these prison systems ain't really, you know what I'm saying? But then again, I'm gonna tell you why. Cause a nigga be deserving that shit. You know what's in prison? Ain't nobody falsely in prison. Prison is for motherfucking karma. So a bitch would be in there for something they didn't do. For karma, they paying off from something shit they did. Ain't no mistakes, bitch. You right where you supposed to be.
Ain't no
You better
mistake.
believe it. And the
Ain't no
universe is
mistake.
calculating everything you do. You never get away with it. You'll get locked up for some shit you didn't do just because you getting paid back from the universe for some shit you did that you thought nobody seen, bitch. You gonna get your return. You gonna get your karma, bitch. See, like you don't get away with nothing, man. You gotta be honest and be straight up with shit.
That's the truth. What's up?
He in the county jail.
It's not for profit in the big eye, because God is the universe is God, nigga. And human beings, what human beings is doing, the God is doing. Who put my silk cloth upstairs, yo?
There you have it. So
Yeah, look at them. They all look brainwashed. Look,
there you have
eyes
it.
looking all slanty, wide open. They catering to him like he a king.
That's why spirituality wave is complete BS, because everyone a part of that conscious community sound the same. Yeah, but I'm just saying though, if he's God and this is what he said, then nobody can't complain. Oh, well, man, he is the one said the universe makes no mistakes. Makes no mistakes. That's what he said. He said anybody's in jail belong there, even if they didn't do it. That's for all the ish they did and didn't get caught. So a lot of things. Well, Natureboy said it out his own mouth.
He said
So when I repeat it, I'm gonna get up on a second. So when I repeat it, don't tell me nothing. I'm just repeating what he said. Go ahead, Miss Rye.
He said it's karma.
Mm-hmm.
He said it when he said this. He said it. Karma.
Yep, and Miss Leo.
She said pray. So it's like he started one way. He got greedy. He went the other way. Now he is an outcast. And I don't mean part of the group either. Yep.
I wish the fluid motion could have came up. That's the fluid motion who went ham on him that day. I don't know if that's seen on Bigo who went ham, but then it's over for now. Melanin is over for now because they're having a tornado, so the tornado is messing with the electricity.
Yeah, a lot of rain.
So if anybody know anybody in Atlanta, call them and see how they're doing. If anybody
my children are coming up from school, so I'm gonna drop down.
All right, baby.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And if anybody knows anybody in California, call them and see how they're doing.
Because we had winds 88 miles an hour from last night into today. It calmed down today. So they want to get the rain. Yes, and Raina.
The ones after him were, baby, this ain't nothing new. This been going on for centuries, Dale. These cults and this lifestyle been going on for centuries. So, and then we don't know what he did behind closed doors, but the difference is now it's our job to alert people these cults exist. These ex-cults exist. That spiritual stuff they want you to do is bull crap. This is what they have you girls doing. This is what they have you men doing. Because at the end of the day, it wasn't just I mean, that was a part of his camp. Oh, we know, and we're gonna be there. We're gonna be right. We're gonna be right there. We're gonna be right there. But sometimes we can't be there because sometimes things may not be on camera. So I think it's maybe you have some people who have watched some of these content creators, and they said, you know what? If it wasn't for you, I was on my way to go. So you know what? If we could get some people not to go to any of these wannabe camps or all these building and all of this
Raise the
stuff.
devil camp.
Here you 40 and 50 years old, you still building. So you're gonna bring a bunch of little girls, or not underage, but a bunch of little girls that you could be their father. You're gonna bring them over there with you because you're still building at that age. Get up out of here. Get up out of here. That's what I'm saying. Peculiar timing for this
Yes,
tornado.
ma'am.
Wink, wink. Lights went out and everything.
They don't normally have them out there like that. Yeah, but you know,
A
it's like
tornado in January. Oh, I don't know when I don't know about ATL. I didn't even know they had tornadoes, but now we know. He done bought the tornado to they done bought the tornado to Dago. He done bought the tornado to Georgia. That's a shame. You know, people better worry about their own fate and worry about what they do. You know, at the end of the day, I cut this off. Believe me, it is not on my mind. I go back to regular life. I keep telling you guys, stop getting so emotionally connected. Like I said, you would never hear me say he guilty, he not guilty. I said it when the trial comes, the trial will come. We don't know if he got denied. I don't care. How are you doing? And welcome. Don't forget, guys, if you haven't hit that like, hit that like. If you're not
and you know,
subscribe to the channel.
we Americans, we spend so much money on the prison system, whether it be private or state owned, and they get more benefits than our children out here on the street get. You talk about a library. You know, they closing the libraries in a lot of states because everything is going online. So, like I tell my people on my side of town, what are we really going to do without electricity? We learned that last year out here in Texas when our electricity got cut off statewide. Nothing worked. No heat, no running water, the toilets, nothing worked. So therefore, is it okay? No, it's not. No, it's not. Because we as people living United States people, I ain't gonna say Americans, United States people, we should not have to go without heat and hot water. We should not have to go without a lot of these things. But the prisons, the private prison systems, they get GEDs for free. And I learned a lot from watching a couple of prison shows. Some of them become lawyers, doctors, all kinds of on life, you know, and who you think is paying the bill? The taxpayers. The taxpayer. How is a person in prison living better than a senior citizen in America? How is it better? How is it better that the people in jail get to learn how to read and write, and our own children in America have problems trying to stay reading and writing and just going from high school to whatever future endeavors they want to go? They're cutting so many things out of the school system, how to be an electrician, plasterer, skilled trades, because the union owns it. They cut these things out of the high schools. They're not even trying to teach the kids in high school a trade. You have to go to private school or a good community or whatever just to get those kind of skills. And those kind of skills, they teach them in prison for free. For free. And then they got little jobs, I think making $2, $5, $10 an hour. Oh, we take money out of their money for medical care and da-da-da. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You ain't taking but so much from a prisoner that ain't got no job. That's why you're teaching them how to read and write. That's why you teach them skills so they can get a job, so you can get more money from the prisoners in jail. Come on now. This is depressing me. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette or something. This man is ruining people's lives in his own camp. He's ruining the people that he's with, the people that's following him. People that's following him. They are brainwashed. He got dirt on each and every one of them. I'm telling you, I'm going to write them every day if I have to. I want to see the trial. It needs to be public. If they could do all the rich people and the people, celebrities, certain celebrities, why I gotta know that the woman pooped in a man's bed? Why I gotta learn that? Why don't you tell me something about what's going on with our people? Man. From prison, from high school to prison, the pipeline. Y'all don't believe it? It's true. It's true. And that's what we have to stop. This ignorance. Those serial killers that made them famous. Those serial killers that made them famous. Well, a lot of people made them famous. A lot of people made them famous, but they're not famous. They're infamous. Like the lady said, you want to be on the right side. You want to be on the right side. Other countries, they don't give a F. They throw you in a hole. And I don't mean a good hole. They throw you in a hole in the ground. Barely feed you the same stuff every day. Rice, potatoes, and vegetables as a meat. If you're lucky, you might get a piece of bread. Of course. The smoke and mirrors, of course. So what are we doing? What are we doing to make it better? We're putting it out there so people can see what not to do. What not to do. Speaking of the prison system, the R. Kelly situation. He blaming a YouTuber and a CEO for putting his business out there. And what was his business that they put out there? All his emails, all his records, phone records from jail, all of the people that came visit him, his commissary, all the stuff they put out there. Why did they do that? They gave it to a YouTuber. Why would somebody in there do that? She didn't get paid for it. What was the purpose? To show that nobody's untouchable. He should. he should. Because from what I understand, he dropped names on everybody. And I think that's what Natureboy is going to do. Natureboy is going to implicate other people. He's going to implicate other people. As soon as that man get a chance to speak, he's going to tell it all. He's going to tell it all. He's going to tell it all. I believe that. A lot of people do go missing in prison. That's why it's important for those who have family members that's in prison. I know, just send a postcard if you don't feel like writing the whole story. So I send a postcard. I'm fine. The family fine. How are you? Postcard. Boom. They open your mail anyway. So, but R. Kelly's saying that because this CO did this is why he's locked up. Because before the show came out on Lifetime, he was living his best life. He's not gonna go missing. He's not. R. Kelly's not gonna go missing. Now, Natureboy need to go missing. Yes, overseas prisons are horrible. Horrible. I'm waiting to see these girls, these people from Cabo. I'm waiting to see them go to the Mexican prison. That's why when she started speaking Spanish, I was like, oh. Now we in Mexico again. Okay. I know. Yeah, yeah, poetry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Overseas prisons, they don't give you no medical. All you do is you lay on a sheet on the floor, and they get to put about 8 prisoners in a room on the floor with a bag at the foot of your sheet with your belongings in. These guys are getting heat, hot water, food, showers, and they get to make money. Well, hell, this is the real reason why people go 3 meals in a cot. Why not? But when you get in the unalive penalty, do you think they would stop all these crimes? I don't know. I'm against it. I'm against that kind of way of living, but it's coming back, y'all. The unalive penalty is going to be coming back because now the prisons are overcrowded. Why is you got people still in prison that was only selling a couple of ounce of weed or a capsule of them little rocky things or whatever? Why? Why are they still in prison? They didn't kill nobody. I mean, unalive anybody. They didn't do all the heinous crimes that these people are doing now and have done for years and years and centuries. Why are they still in jail? The guys they locked up from the 3 strikes, you're out. Why is they still in jail? Especially when it was a non-violent crime that they in there for. No, he didn't get in. He wasn't able to get in. Supremacy, maybe some fruit. It's all. I mean, a lot of people have told me. A lot of people have said that Black women and women, women of color, not just Black women, women of color, we're racist. I don't think so. I don't think so. I have all color friends. My friends are like the rainbow. That doesn't sound like the rainbow. But there's a couple of rainbow people in it though. But hey, it is what it is. He might have a house in the hills and they just bring MB on camera during bond hearings since once the camera's off, he goes back to the man. Nah, he's in jail. Those are authentic orange suits. You only wear the orange suit when you leave the jail. When you go to prison, you get another outfit. Coming in while you in the jail. See, a lot of people don't know the difference between jail and prison. Jail is in the county where they just have you there until you get to get your sentence or whatever have you. Then once you leave the jail, they take you over to you in the county jail. Once they take you over to the prison you're going to spend the rest of your life at. Prison's where you stay. No, there's not. And you know what, James? A lot of states, like I live in a Commonwealth state. I didn't learn about Commonwealth until I actually moved here. I knew of it, but I didn't know how it would affect me. But a lot of stuff, a lot of different states is going on. And a lot of people is asking for the unalive penalty to come back. But then again, they're trying to tell women what to do with their bodies. So we have to leave it up to a higher power. Poetry, you ain't lying. When I tell you, Poetry, you ain't lying. When I moved to Texas, my first August, September, October, 3 months, not even 4 months in, 3 months later from when I moved here, we had a snowstorm in Texas. My neighbors was looking at me all kind of side-eyed as I was pulling my car out and going where I was going. They were side-eyeing me. How you get out your driveway? I was like, I know how to do snow removal. I know how to do ice removal. I was like, you don't have no salt in your house? Get some cat litter. You ain't got no cat litter in your house? Get some table salt. You ain't got no table salt in your house? Go in the backyard and dig up some dirt. That'll get you in and out of your driveway. Because I was going about my business. My kids was playing in the snow. They kids ain't never see snow before. So I was like, hey, this is a play day. Everybody, the whole area could play. Shut the whole state down. And it wasn't even 2 inches of snow. They just need to have court because we need to get some of this stuff with this nature cat out of here. We tired of waiting for him to go back and forth to court. You need to start. You need to start. Taxpayers' dollars is being wasted. Sure. A lot of you, I did a whole thing about water safety. Y'all need to check out water. Cha-cha. He better go wash off that this morning download he got. That's what he needs to do. I don't know. I think Tony looking for something. Sugar. The hardest working, best looking, most intelligent, most caring, compassionate people on earth is Black female, but the most disrespected. Yeah, I know. And, you know, I don't know, Sugar Love talks about that kind of stuff over here, but I talk about that stuff on my channel. Yeah. I be like a rebel without a cause on my channel, but I do have a cause. My cause is my people. My people of all races, but I'm B1 first. I know you need to say, I'm guilty. I can't take it anymore. I'm guilty. Tell me how much time I got to serve so I can keep it moving. That's what you need to do. Instead of you're going to drag up all these tapes. You know how many hours of videotapes they got to watch? I don't know. We talking about, they got like 3 years worth of stuff they got to watch. And every tape they got something in it. Everyone. Yeah. Yeah. I was born a rebel. You know, and yes, I agree. I agree with you, Ann. And you know, I pay tax dollars for people that don't deserve to be in prison as well. They don't deserve to be there. Cooley High. You don't know what he did. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what he did. It's against my rebelness to curse on this channel. Sugar. Yeah, she done broke out. I took a break. He did a lot of things. Cooley High. He did a lot of things.
Hey, Cooley High. If y'all don't know, if y'all guys don't know by now what he's been accused of and what did he do, we cannot backtrack from April. You guys will have to go back and watch the old videos and you will have to catch up. Okay? That's too much time. So we going way back saying what he get accused of. Cooley High, you're going to have to find that out. Up. A little bit got paused because for some reason our internet cut off too, but the hearing has been postponed. It has been postponed, guys. It has been postponed. I'm checking to see if it's back in action. If it's back in action, it is not back in action. So we don't know if that postponement is going to be next month. You know, maybe we're going to have to look and see and check the date because she said we might be back this afternoon. But in all reality, it was already this afternoon. So He gonna have to research it, Miss Rod. We know people know these answers already. I'm not playing with these people. Right.
Okay.
So, hello, Eagle Vision.
Hey, Martin.
Where you see Martin at? Hey, Martin. No, guys, please let them do the research. Let them look at the old videos. If somebody's coming in here 6 years later asking what, then they need to do research.
This is a decade in the making. You guys feel free to join me on my Ride or Die page. I have a couple of interviews scheduled coming up with some people on some very interesting topics about the world. I gotta say worldwide. I do worldwide things.
They don't have backup
Yeah.
generators. I don't know.
They do have backup generators. The backup generators that they have will not supply for the Wi-Fi. It only supplies the lights.
Nature Boy done took all that. He done took all the energy. He done took all the energy. The
He had somebody cut the wires to the electricity. We don't talk about him.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not even gonna answer that.
He likes slapping black women. How about that?
We're not going to. I mean, you could do it, but I'm not going to do it.
Sorry.
Because I don't like people play with my head. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm going to go back and forth. No. No. I cried when. Oh my goodness gracious! Please, that's my show too. Stop with cornbread. Don't mess with my cornbread early. Me and my coolie high. They're gonna get me crying. All that energy went to his hips. Because his hips don't lie, baby. Them hips. I saw him in the back. You can't miss him. You couldn't miss him in the back. It's a shame. You can't miss the man. But I will say, we did come across some interesting cases today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I will say, we will say we didn't get to the case that we wanted, but we learned a lot about the cases. We learned a lot about the cases.
And a couple of cases that we saw today, it was multi-languages, right? And some of the things that they did, like, I'm going to pursue and look into it a little bit more. Of the young boy who, with the daughter, the mother, she was pressing charges on the mother, then the mother dropped it or some case, and the daughter is saying, the court is saying that the mother's back with the daughter, so they might harm the daughter. I'm like, wow. Because he had sex, he had relations with her, and he was going to marry her. But she was 16. So why would the mother give him to her?
No, that was one of them. The other one is when the child, when he did what he did to the child, and then told the mother, and the mother hit her and didn't believe her, and then come to find out, child was like, "No, we got something for you at the end." Boop, you're behind charge too. There's a warrant out for you too, mama. Y'all sit up there and don't protect these babies. Y'all mothers don't want to protect these babies for these men, and these men want to sit up there and hurt these babies. It's crazy. It is what it is, but it's crazy.
He trying to put me in the rabbit hole. I ain't messing with you. Mm-mm.
Yeah, but
he did have a translator. I was translating a lot of his stuff too.
He was a piece of
That's what I said. They're gonna put him on house arrest, and they're gonna find him in the hole over there by Saddam, like they found Saddam. He was praying. I'm like, he's praying to Allah. I wrote it in Arabic. My Arabic is my Arabic is okay. It's okay. It's not as good as I want it to be, but it's okay.
Hold on.
Which I learned from a guy that was in prison. Okay, because the COs. That's why a lot of the guys in prison become Muslims. You know, they'll send their family letters in Arabic, and we have to learn to translate, and then we have to send them a letter back in Arabic. It's a way of them not knowing what the prisoner is talking about. Wow. Cool. I learned several languages. People in Africa, they come in the United States knowing 10, 15 languages. So dialects, or rather dialects. They were singing. And they sure was. I think he's gonna sing too. He's gonna. I don't know. I think he's gonna do a New Jack City, y'all. He's gonna do a New Jack City. Kareem Appa. He did it. He's gonna do a New Jack. He's gonna blame it all on Solar. I think he's gonna do something, and we're gonna laugh. And we're like, wow. I'm telling you, mark my words. I'll be the person to say he's gonna pull a New Jack City. Mm-hmm. My phone is just totally disrespectful. Yeah, so remind me of that guy that's saying the probably I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's all right. Well, I learned to speak Spanish because I live in a very highly populated Spanish neighborhood. I learned to speak a little Swahili, Arabic. I learned that because like I said, I had a family member that was in prison, and I started following the Minister Farrakhan. A little bit of couple of dialects in Africa. Got a couple of friends. I got a couple of friends in China. I mean, before YouTube, on my Facebook page, I remember I had like 5,000. I had 5,000 people on my Facebook page, and we came together because of this game we played on another website. They took it off that website, put it on Facebook. We played Mafia Wars, and we learned to communicate with my 5,000 people. I had like about 10 family members, maybe 30 family members, friends and family that I knew. But I wound up meeting so many people. And then my one of my best friends went and got married in China. So I had to learn quite a few languages. You read them, you Google them, it tells you how to say the words or whatever. I got quite a few people on my YouTube page that are from a lot of other countries. We came together through the concept of food. I tried some of their recipes. Oh my goodness. If you guys haven't tried the fried boiled egg, oh my goodness. Oh my God. That is some good stuff. I bet you didn't know you could fry a boiled egg, huh? Yeah. These interrupting calls, these people. 10 is more than a couple. Yeah, it's more than a couple, but my primary language is English because I had to teach them how to speak English as well to communicate better with me. Okay.
All right, guys, I'm just checking. I'm just checking to see what is new, what is not new.
Yes, they cussing is the best. Yes, yes. I learned a lot of curse words at first. But then when I had to start working with a lot of them, you know, yeah. We used to talk about the tenants and say use curse words when we talk about them. Yeah, yeah. They curse words like I learned like about six songs. You know, I'm also a Mark Anthony fan and I'm a Celine fan. So I learned quite a few songs in Spanish. But let me tell you the difference between Spanish and English. When you sing in English, the songs that are made for Spanish, the translation is very different. The translation is very different because when you write the words down in Spanish, you convert them to English, it means a totally different thing. So the words just don't match, you know. So that's why you have to speak it in the song have to be sung in the language that it was made in.
All right, guys.
I love Mark Anthony. Yeah, I love him.
Love you some Selena. But
I
they
love
speak
Selena.
English in South Carolina. Okay, he be jamming. Okay, I was in South Carolina, couldn't understand half the ish they was saying. That you gotta tell them to slow down. I grew up
Gula.
around mostly, and I love speaking Spanish because cussing is funnier in Spanish. Yeah,
Yep.
that part is true. 10 is more than a couple conversation. Well, I would love to have a, a comb in Spanish with you. I think you mean conversation, conversation. I can speak. Okay, listen. I speak. I don't speak nothing. I have my own language I made up.
If you speak Gucci, never mind.
Gala
Okay.
or Gucci. That's how weird. This show ain't about languages. All that coming with all this stuff, Cooley High trying to throw people off. That's why I don't like playing with y'all people. But I would definitely say, listen, we've been on a while, and I'm going to stay on top of this. I might be back on later, but I would definitely stay on top of this. I would definitely listen. Y'all need to click Miss Ride's channel. That's what y'all need to do. Y'all need to click. Y'all need to click on her channel. If she could drop her link in, she need to drop her link in, and y'all can go chat it up and get some savings and some deals and stuff too while you're at it. She need to drop her link. She's trying to get to 3,000 people, and every time she gets close to getting there, they purge her page and they take them right back from her. So we want to make sure they stick. Ms. Rye, you have to drop your link in there.
Okay, will do.
You're going to drop her link in there, and then I'm going to let you guys go. And maybe we're going to come back later and have more of a discussion. But guys, it wasn't us. You seen live that it was a tornado and they had to stop. So, Ms. Rob, when you get a chance, drop your link in
Yeah,
there.
we drop it down. You know, my phone be doing the move.
Oh, you're on your
Thank
phone.
you, Jackie. Appreciate you. Thank you, Jackie.
Jackie is like the best. Thank you, Jack. Please click on Ms. Rod's channel. Help her get to that 3,000. Let's see if anybody clicked on it. I'm gonna see right now. I'm gonna check the numbers. We're gonna check the numbers, and she's gonna tell me was them numbers there before, and don't just click on it. You're gonna have to look at it because look at something because they will purge it again if you just clicked on it. All right.
Check out my boiled egg recipe, fried egg recipe. Y'all gonna like that.
I can't be able to tell. Go check out the eggs. Go check that out. Check out her shorts and everything else. But I can't tell because she has to be the one on. But it still says 2.95, so she still needs that 50. The 50 has not changed. Please, if you clicked it, put a 1 in the channel. If you clicked on her link, put a 1 in the channel. Put a 1 in the channel. Put a 1 in the channel.
Jackie just dropped my link for me. Thank you. It's under Jackie.
This is the link. This is the link. This is the link. If anybody would like to connect with Ms. Ride or Die, click that link and put, after you hit subscribe, put a 1. Thank you, Sunfruit. Put a subscribe.
Thank you, Sunfruit.
Put a 1 in the channel. Put a 1 in the chat.
We're gonna be talking about direct energy this weekend. So yeah, you're gonna enjoy that. We talk about a lot of things over there. We don't do the type of stuff that
Hold up. No. We're not gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that. I talk about a lot of stuff here too. And
I'm saying the stuff you talk about, I don't talk about. You talk about the moon, the earth.
No, I ain't getting on into that. I
See,
can't.
exactly.
I can't. But yeah, but that's for them to go over there and find out. Thank you so much. But I'm glad they need to go find out. That's why you need to click on the page and find out.
Thank you all for coming through. Come through.
Cody, don't forget to click on her link. Click on her link. Click on her link. Click on her link.
We entertain the crazies. Thank you, I appreciate you too, Jackie. I appreciate you, Gary. I appreciate all of y'all. I really like you guys. That's why I'm over here a lot.
Thank you, Dell. Thank you, Dell. Thank you, Dell.
Thank you,
Dell. Well, guys, I am out of here because I'm going to be searching and searching and searching to see what is going on. Then, if anybody who knows me and they have my email, if you look up the case, if you're able to look up the case and see if there's a different date there, let me know. Let me know. Let me know if there's a different date there, unlike today or tomorrow.
Thank you, James. I'm gonna make you a mod, James, when you come over there for real.
All right. All right, guys. Peace. We are out of here. Thank you, Ms. Rod, for coming up.
No problem. See you guys later.
Peace out.